Welcome, and thank you for joining me tonight. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Adjust your pillow, relax your shoulders, and let your body settle. Now take a slow, deep breath in, and gently breathe out. Feel yourself slowing down with each breath. As always, I'd love to know, where are you listening from tonight, and what time is it where you are? It's always wonderful to see listeners from all around the world gathering together for a few moments of peace. Now, let the worries of the day fade into the background as we begin tonight's story. Long ago, at the edge of a dense forest, where the hills rolled gently toward the sea, there stood a small village known for its traders and craftsmen. The village was peaceful. Children played in the dusty streets. Farmers worked the surrounding fields. Fishermen launched their boats each morning before sunrise. Life moved at a familiar rhythm. People knew one another. Families had lived there for generations. Yet despite the village's peaceful reputation, there was one thing the people feared: the forest. Not because it was dangerous, not because wild animals roamed its depths, not because travelers regularly disappeared. The fear came from stories passed from parent to child, stories whispered around evening fires, stories repeated so often that nobody questioned them anymore. People said strange things lived beneath the trees. They spoke of spirits, hidden dangers, unseen threats. Few villagers entered the forest after sunset. Most avoided it entirely at night. Among the villagers lived a young man named Kieran. Unlike many others, Kieran considered himself practical. He did not believe every story he heard. He trusted evidence, logic, reason. At least, that was what he told himself. Yet like most people, he carried fears he did not fully understand. Some fears came from childhood, others came from painful experiences. Still others seemed to arise without explanation. Whenever uncertainty appeared, his imagination quickly filled the gaps, often with unpleasant possibilities. One autumn evening, Kieran finished work later than usual. The sun had already disappeared behind the hills. Twilight spread across the landscape. The quickest route home passed through a section of forest. Normally he would avoid it after dark, but he was tired. The longer road felt inconvenient. So he decided to take the shortcut. At first, everything seemed fine. The path remained visible. The air was cool and pleasant. Crickets sang among the trees. The last traces of daylight filtered through the branches overhead. Then the forest grew darker. Shadows stretched across the ground. The path became harder to see. The sounds of the village faded behind him. Soon he found himself alone beneath the trees. The silence felt heavier now. Every snapping twig caught his attention. Every rustling leaf seemed suspicious. His pace quickened. Then it happened. A few steps ahead, partially hidden in the darkness, he saw something lying across the path, long, curved, motionless. His heart immediately began racing. A snake, a large one. The shape seemed unmistakable. Kieran froze. The forest suddenly felt very different. His mouth became dry, his breathing shallow. Countless thoughts rushed through his mind. What if it's venomous? What if it attacks? What if I can't get away? The snake remained still, watching, waiting, or so it seemed. Several minutes passed. Neither Kieran nor the snake moved. Fear held him in place. Eventually, he stepped backward. Then another step. Then another. Without taking his eyes from the shape, he retreated along the path. When he finally reached the village, he immediately began warning others. There's a huge snake in the forest. The news spread quickly. People became concerned. Some avoided the area entirely. Others shared additional stories. Perhaps it was the same snake seen years ago. Perhaps it had a nest nearby. Perhaps it had already bitten someone. The rumors grew larger with each retelling. By morning, the snake seemed enormous. By afternoon, it had become legendary. That evening, an elderly monk named Venerable Soma arrived in the village. He was traveling between monasteries and planned to stay only a few days. Naturally, someone told him about the snake. The old monk listened carefully. Then he asked, "Has anyone actually seen it in daylight?" The villagers exchanged glances. No one had. The monk smiled. Interesting. The following morning, before sunrise, Soma walked toward the forest. Several villagers followed, including Kiran. Curiosity overcame fear. Together they reached the section of path where the snake had supposedly appeared. The old monk stopped. Then he pointed toward the ground. "What do you see?" Kiran stared. His face flushed immediately. There was no snake, only an old rope, weathered, dusty, partially coiled, exactly where he had seen the snake. The shape was identical. Yet now, in daylight, the truth seemed obvious. The villagers laughed. Some laughed gently, others laughed loudly. Kiran felt embarrassed, very embarrassed. He wanted to disappear, but Venerable Soma did not laugh. Instead, he sat beside the rope. For a moment, he simply observed it. Then he asked, "When you saw this last night, were you afraid?" "Very." "Did your fear feel real?" "Yes." "Did your heart race?" "Yes." "Did your body react?" "Yes." The monk nodded. Then he touched the rope. The snake was never real. He paused. But the suffering was. The villagers fell silent. The lesson was not over. They could all feel it. Soma continued. "This is how much of human suffering operates." He lifted the rope gently. "We see something unclear. Our minds become uncertain. And uncertainty makes us uncomfortable." The monk looked around at the gathered crowd. "So we create a story." The villagers listened carefully. The old monk smiled. "The story feels real. Our bodies react. Our emotions react. Our lives begin reacting. Yet often the suffering comes not from reality itself." He held up the rope, "but from what we imagine reality to be." The words lingered, especially for Kiran, because he knew exactly what the monk meant. The rope had not frightened him. His interpretation had. Over the following days, he found himself thinking about the incident constantly. At first, he laughed at himself. Then gradually, he noticed something surprising. The rope and snake lesson appeared everywhere. One morning, a friend failed to greet him. Immediately, Kiran assumed the man was angry. For several hours, he worried about it. Eventually, he asked. The friend laughed. "I didn't see you." The snake became a rope. A week later, a merchant delayed a payment. Kiran imagined deception, dishonesty, bad intentions. Several anxious days followed. Then the merchant arrived apologetically. A bridge had been damaged by flooding. Nothing more. Another snake became a rope. The pattern repeated again and again. The more he paid attention, the more he noticed how often his mind rushed ahead of reality, filling empty spaces with assumptions, predictions, fears, stories. One afternoon, he sought out Venerable Soma. The monk sat beneath a banyan tree overlooking the fields. Kiran bowed respectfully. "Master, why does the mind do this?" The old monk smiled. "Because it wants certainty." The young man frowned. "But certainty doesn't exist." "Exactly." The monk nodded. "And the mind dislikes that." For a while, neither spoke. The wind moved softly through the leaves. Finally, Soma continued. The mind often believes uncertainty is dangerous, so it rushes to create conclusions. Even incorrect conclusions feel safer than not knowing. Kiran considered this carefully. The explanation felt uncomfortably accurate. The old monk picked up a leaf. Then he said, "The problem is not thinking. The problem is believing every thought." Years passed. The lesson continued deepening. Kiran became more patient with uncertainty. Not perfect, but better. Whenever fear appeared, he learned to ask, "Am I seeing a snake or a rope?" The question saved him from countless misunderstandings. It prevented arguments, reduced anxiety, created space for wisdom. Eventually, he became known throughout the village as a thoughtful man. People often sought his advice. One evening, a young woman arrived in distress. "My son is late returning home." Kiran listened carefully. He has never been this late. Her imagination had already produced dozens of frightening possibilities: accidents, injuries, disasters. Kiran nodded. Then he asked gently, "How much do you know?" The woman paused. "Very little." "And how much are you imagining?" Tears filled her eyes. "A lot." The older man smiled kindly. "Then perhaps we should wait for daylight." Several hours later, her son returned safely. His cart had broken a wheel. Nothing more. Another rope. Many years later, Kiran himself grew old. His hair turned white. His movements slowed. Yet he never forgot the lesson of the forest. One evening, shortly before sunset, he walked the same path where he had once mistaken the rope for a snake. The forest looked much as it always had. The trees remained. The shadows remained. The uncertainty remained. Only he had changed. As twilight settled across the path, he noticed an object lying ahead. Long, curved, partially hidden in darkness. For a brief moment, the old fear stirred. Then he smiled. Not because he knew what the object was, but because he no longer needed to know immediately. Slowly, he walked closer. Step by step, the object came into view. Another rope. Kiran laughed softly. The sound echoed among the trees. And perhaps that was the deepest lesson of all. Wisdom is not seeing only ropes. Wisdom is recognizing when we do not yet know. Most suffering begins when we mistake imagination for reality, when assumptions become facts, when fears become certainty, when stories become truth. The Buddha often taught that clarity begins with seeing things as they are, not as we fear they are, not as we wish they were, not as we imagine they might become, but as they actually are. This sounds simple, yet it may be one of the most difficult practices in life. For the mind loves stories, it loves predictions, it loves conclusions. And many of those conclusions arrive long before understanding. The rope remains a powerful teacher, because it reminds us that fear can feel completely real, even when its object is not. The suffering is real, the racing heart is real, the anxiety is real, yet sometimes the snake exists only in the mind. So the next time fear appears, pause, breathe, look carefully. Move closer if you can. Allow reality to reveal itself. You may still discover a snake. Life certainly contains real dangers, but you may also discover a rope. And if you do, you may find that the thing frightening you was never there at all. Only a shadow, a story, a misunderstanding waiting for daylight. The village sat between rolling hills and wide grasslands where wild horses often wandered freely. Most of the villagers made their living through farming. Life followed the seasons, planting in spring, growing in summer, harvesting in autumn, resting in winter. The people worked hard and worried often. Rain might come too late, frost might arrive too early, animals might become sick, markets might change. The future always seemed uncertain. Among the villagers lived an elderly farmer named Ren. Ren was not rich, nor was he poor. He owned a small house, a few fields, and one beautiful horse. The horse was strong, healthy, and admired throughout the valley. Travelers often commented on its beauty. Neighbors frequently offered to buy it. Ren always declined. The horse had been with him for many years. More importantly, it helped him work the land. One autumn morning, the horse disappeared. The gate to its enclosure had somehow opened during the night. The animal was gone. The villagers quickly heard the news. Several neighbors came to visit. They found Ren repairing a fence. When he saw them approaching, he smiled and waved. The visitors looked surprised. One of them finally said, "Ren, we heard about your horse." "Yes, what terrible luck." The farmer continued hammering a wooden post. Then he shrugged. "Maybe." The neighbors exchanged confused glances. Maybe. The horse was gone. Surely this was bad luck. Yet Ren appeared strangely calm. The villagers returned home shaking their heads. The old farmer had always been a little unusual. Several days passed. Then something unexpected happened. The horse returned. Not alone. Following behind it were 3 wild horses from the hills. Beautiful animals. Strong. Healthy. Suddenly, Ren owned 4 horses instead of 1. The village buzzed with excitement. People hurried to congratulate him. "What amazing luck!" one neighbor exclaimed. "Your horse brought back 3 more." Another laughed. "You are richer than ever." The villagers expected Ren to celebrate. Instead, he simply nodded. "Maybe." Again, the same answer. Again, the same calm expression. The neighbors found this increasingly frustrating. How could anyone respond this way? The outcome was clearly positive. Surely everyone could see that. Yet Ren remained unchanged. Several weeks later, Ren's son attempted to train one of the wild horses. The animal had not yet become accustomed to people. During the training, it bucked violently. The young man was thrown to the ground. His leg broke badly. The injury would take months to heal. Again, villagers gathered. Again, sympathy flowed freely. "What terrible luck. Your poor son. This is exactly why wild horses are dangerous." Ren listened politely. Then he answered, "Maybe." The neighbors nearly groaned aloud. How could he still say maybe? His son was injured. The situation was obviously unfortunate. Yet the old farmer refused to label it. Winter arrived. Snow covered the valley. The son remained unable to work. Then news came from the capital. The kingdom had entered a conflict with a neighboring nation. Soldiers traveled through villages recruiting every able-bodied young man. Families worried. Many cried. The army demanded service immediately. When the recruiters arrived in Ren's village, they took nearly every healthy young man. Except one, Ren's son. His broken leg prevented him from serving. The soldiers left without him. Once again, the villagers gathered. This time their expressions looked very different. What incredible luck. His injury saved him. Who knows what might happen in the war? The people spoke excitedly. The outcome now seemed obvious. Yet Ren simply smiled. Maybe. At this point, many villagers stopped trying to understand him. His answers seemed impossible. Events were either good or bad, fortunate or unfortunate, lucky or unlucky. Everyone knew this. Everyone except Ren. Years passed. The war ended. Some young men returned home. Others did not. Life slowly resumed its familiar rhythm. Yet the story of Ren and his horse remained. People continued discussing it, especially when unexpected events occurred. One spring, a young woman named Emmy decided to visit the farmer. She had recently experienced several difficulties. Her business had failed. A close friendship had ended. Plans she spent years building had collapsed. The future felt uncertain. She desperately wanted answers. When she arrived, she found Ren sitting beneath a tree repairing farm tools. The old farmer welcomed her warmly. After sharing tea, Emmy finally explained her troubles. For nearly an hour she spoke. The failed business, the broken friendship, the disappointment, the fear, the uncertainty. When she finished, Ren nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, "And what will happen next?" The question surprised her. "I don't know." The old farmer smiled. "Neither do I." Emmy frowned. "That's not helpful." Ren laughed softly. "No? No." The young woman crossed her arms. "Everything is falling apart." The farmer considered this. Then he asked, "Is it?" She stared at him. "What else would you call it?" Instead of answering, Ren stood. He motioned for her to follow. Together they walked through the fields. Eventually they reached a patch of land recently plowed for planting. The earth looked rough, broken, uneven, nothing beautiful about it. The farmer pointed toward the soil. "What do you see?" "Dirt." "What else?" "A field." The old man nodded. "Does it look healthy?" Emmy shrugged. "I suppose." Ren smiled. Several weeks ago, this field looked completely different. He knelt and picked up a handful of soil. The ground had to be broken before seeds could be planted. The young woman remained silent. The farmer continued. From the perspective of the soil, the plow might seem like destruction. He let the dirt fall slowly from his fingers. But from another perspective, it is preparation. The words lingered, not because they solved her problems, because they challenged her assumptions. For years, Emmy had divided life into categories: success and failure, gain and loss, good and bad. Yet reality seemed less certain than that. Several months later, she returned, this time with a different question. "How do you stay calm when things go wrong?" Ren laughed. "I don't always." The answer surprised her. "You don't?" "Of course not." The farmer smiled. "I feel disappointment. I feel sadness. I feel frustration." The wind moved softly through the fields around them. "But I try not to pretend I know the final outcome." Emmy listened carefully. The old man continued. "Most people suffer twice." The statement caught her attention. "What do you mean?" "The first suffering comes from the event itself." The farmer pointed toward the distant hills. "The second comes from immediately deciding what the event means." He looked at her kindly. "When the horse left, everyone declared it bad. When it returned with 3 horses, everyone declared it good. When the leg broke, everyone declared it bad. When the army arrived, everyone declared it good." The old man smiled. The story kept changing. The lesson slowly settled inside her. Months passed. Emmy began practicing this perspective, not perfectly, not consistently, but sincerely. Whenever difficulties arose, she tried pausing before labeling them. Whenever success arrived, she resisted assuming it would last forever. The practice felt strange, yet surprisingly freeing. 1 year later, an opportunity appeared through a former business contact. Had her original business succeeded, she would never have noticed it. The new opportunity proved far more fulfilling. Suddenly, what once looked like failure appeared differently, not better, Not worse, simply part of a larger story. Years continued flowing by. Ren grew older, his hair whitened, his movements slowed, yet people continued seeking his advice. One day, a merchant arrived in great distress. A shipment of goods had been lost. The man was furious, panicked, convinced his future was ruined. After listening patiently, Ren asked, "What happens next?" The merchant sighed. "I don't know." The farmer smiled. "Then perhaps the story is not finished." Another time, a young couple arrived, celebrating an unexpected inheritance. They spoke excitedly about their good fortune. When they finally paused, Ren asked, "What happens next?" The couple looked puzzled. "We don't know." The farmer nodded. "Exactly." The same lesson, again and again. Not pessimism, not optimism, openness. Years later, after Ren had passed away, people still told his story. The horse, the wild horses, the broken leg, the war. Children learned it, parents repeated it, travelers carried it to distant villages, because everyone recognized themselves within it. Everyone knew what it felt like to declare an event good or bad immediately. Everyone knew what it felt like to discover later that they were mistaken. A lost opportunity becomes a blessing. A great success creates unexpected problems. A painful ending opens a new beginning. A joyful beginning becomes difficult. Life rarely follows straight lines. The Buddha often taught about uncertainty, not as something to fear, but as something to understand. Much of suffering arises from our insistence that we already know how events should unfold. We cling to preferred outcomes, resist unwanted ones. Then reality surprises us, again and again. The farmer understood something simple but profound. Very few moments reveal their full meaning immediately. The story continues. The river keeps flowing. The seasons keep changing. What looks like an ending may become a beginning. What appears fortunate may carry hidden challenges. What appears unfortunate may contain hidden gifts. Wisdom does not require predicting the future. It requires humility before it. So when life brings success, enjoy it. When life brings disappointment, feel it. But perhaps leave a little space around your conclusions. Perhaps allow room for mystery. Perhaps remember the farmer and his horse. And perhaps remember one small word, maybe. Not because nothing matters, but because the story is rarely finished when we think it is. And some of life's deepest lessons reveal themselves only after many pages have turned. As we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen Buddhism, let us turn to a tale about recognition and the true nature of worth. This is the next story. In the center of a great plain stood an ancient banyan tree. The tree was so enormous that travelers used it as a landmark. Its branches spread outward like rivers flowing through the sky. Its roots descended from the limbs and entered the earth again, creating natural archways and shaded corridors beneath the canopy. Entire families could sit beneath it without touching one another. Birds nested in its branches. Monkeys played among its leaves. Travelers rested in its shade. Merchants stopped their carts beside it. Children climbed its roots. For generations, the banyan tree had become part of the landscape itself. People spoke of it the way they spoke of mountains: permanent, ancient, important. Far less attention was given to a tiny sparrow who lived among the upper branches. Her name, if birds can be said to have names, was Cheery. Compared to the banyan tree, she seemed insignificant. She weighed almost nothing. Her nest was small. Her voice was soft. Most creatures living beneath the tree never noticed her. Had someone asked whether a sparrow could change the world, nearly everyone would have laughed. What influence could such a tiny bird possibly possess? The banyan tree itself seemed to hold more significance than thousands of sparrows. Yet life often hides its deepest lessons inside the smallest things. One summer brought unusual heat. Weeks passed without rain. The streams shrank. Ponds became shallow. The grass turned yellow. Animals grew restless. Farmers watched the skies anxiously. Everyone hoped for clouds. None appeared. As the drought continued, many creatures left the region. Birds migrated elsewhere. Deer traveled deeper into the forest. Even insects became harder to find. The great banyan tree endured better than most. Its roots reached deep underground. It remained green while smaller plants withered. Yet even the banyan began showing signs of stress. Leaves fell earlier than normal. Branches drooped slightly. Life became harder for everyone, including Cheery. Each day, she flew farther in search of food. Each day, she returned more tired. One evening, while searching for seeds, she discovered something unusual. Near the edge of a dried streambed stood a small patch of green plants. Most vegetation had already turned brown. These plants remained alive. Curious, she landed nearby. The soil felt damp, not wet, but damp. Somehow moisture still existed beneath the surface. The sparrow ate several seeds and returned home. The next day, she visited again, then again. Soon the place became part of her daily routine. Unknowingly, she carried seeds away from the patch. Some remained trapped in her feathers. Others fell from her beak during flight. Still others passed naturally through her digestive system. The process seemed entirely unimportant. After all, she was only a sparrow, and they were only seeds. Several weeks later, the drought finally ended. Rain returned. The earth drank deeply. Streams filled again. The valley slowly recovered. Life resumed its familiar rhythm. Most creatures quickly forgot about the drought. The banyan tree certainly did. The following spring, something unexpected happened. Small plants began appearing throughout the valley, not unusual by itself, but these particular plants were different. They belonged to the same species Cheery had discovered beside the stream bed. They grew rapidly, produced abundant seeds, and proved remarkably resistant to dry conditions. The plants spread steadily, year after year. Their roots helped stabilize soil. Their seeds provided food for birds. Their flowers attracted pollinators. Farmers noticed improved conditions in several areas where the plants became established. No one understood how they had spread so widely. Certainly no one credited a sparrow. The years passed. The valley prospered. Life continued. And Cheery remained entirely unaware of her role. One autumn morning, a young monk arrived beneath the banyan tree. His name was Tenzin. He had recently entered monastic life and struggled with feelings of inadequacy. The monastery contained many gifted individuals. Some were brilliant teachers. Others excelled at meditation. Others cared for the sick. Others managed the gardens. Compared to them, Tenzin felt ordinary. Whatever task he performed seemed small, insignificant, replaceable. The feeling troubled him. One afternoon, after voicing these concerns to an elderly monk, he received unusual advice. Go sit beneath the banyan tree. That was all. No explanation, no lecture, just an instruction. The young monk obeyed. For several days, he sat beneath the enormous tree. At first, nothing happened. The tree stood. Birds sang. The wind moved through the branches. The experience seemed uneventful. Then, on the third day, he noticed a sparrow carrying tiny twigs. Back and forth, building a nest. The work appeared endless. The twigs seemed ridiculously small compared to the massive tree. Yet the bird continued, hour after hour, day after day. Eventually, a nest appeared. Small, simple, functional. The sight lingered in Tenzin's mind. Later that week, he mentioned it to the elderly monk. The old man smiled. "What did you learn?" The younger monk shrugged. "A sparrow built a nest." The elder laughed softly. "Yes. And?" Tenzin frowned. The old monk waited. Finally, the younger man said, "It built the nest one twig at a time." The elder nodded. "Exactly." The lesson felt simple, perhaps too simple, yet over time, it deepened. Several months later, a severe storm struck the valley. Wind tore branches from trees. Rain flooded paths. The monastery suffered considerable damage. Afterward, everyone worked together to repair buildings. The task seemed overwhelming. Broken roofs, collapsed fences, damaged gardens. For a moment, Tenzin felt discouraged. The work looked impossible. Then he remembered the sparrow. One twig at a time. The repairs proceeded the same way. One board, one nail, one stone, 1 hour, 1 day. Gradually, the monastery recovered. The lesson became clearer. Great achievements rarely occur through single dramatic actions. They emerge through countless small ones. Years passed. Tenzin continued practicing, meditating, working, learning. Whenever a task appeared overwhelming, he remembered the sparrow. Whenever progress felt invisible, he remembered the nest. One twig at a time, one breath at a time, one day at a time. Then another challenge arrived. An epidemic spread through nearby villages. Many families became ill. The monastery organized relief efforts. Food needed transporting. Medicine needed distributing. The suffering felt immense. The need seemed endless. Several younger monks became discouraged. "What difference can we make?" one asked. "There are too many people." The problem appeared too large, the resources too limited. Tenzin understood the feeling, yet he also remembered the banyan tree, the sparrow, the seeds, although he did not know that story yet, only the lesson. So he answered, "We help the next person." The monks continued working, one family, then another, then another. Weeks later, villagers began recovering. The crisis gradually passed, not because one heroic action solved everything, because many small actions accumulated. Years flowed onward. Tenzin eventually became responsible for teaching novices. One afternoon, a frustrated student approached him. "I am not accomplishing anything." The novice looked miserable. "My meditation is improving too slowly. My studies are improving too slowly. Everything is too slow." Tenzin smiled, then led the young monk to the banyan tree. The ancient giant still stood proudly in the center of the plain. Birds moved among its branches. Roots descended toward the earth. The tree seemed eternal. "How long do you think this tree took to grow?" Tenzin asked. The novice looked upward. "A very long time." "Would you plant a seed and demand a tree tomorrow?" "Of course not." The teacher nodded. "Then why demand it from yourself?" The novice fell silent, because the question revealed something obvious, yet easily forgotten. Years later, a wandering naturalist visited the region. The man studied plants, animals, and ecosystems. While exploring the valley, he became fascinated by the drought-resistant plants growing everywhere. Their distribution puzzled him. Eventually, he traced their origin back to the tiny patch near the dried stream bed. The mystery remained. How had the plants spread so widely? The naturalist spent months investigating. Finally, he reached a surprising conclusion. Birds. particularly sparrows. For years they had carried seeds across the valley, small actions, repeated countless times. The result transformed entire ecosystems. The naturalist shared his findings with villagers. Many found the story amusing. Others found it inspiring. A few found it profound. Tenzin belonged to the final group. When he heard the story, he immediately thought of the sparrow, the nest, the monastery repairs, the relief efforts, the countless moments when small actions appeared insignificant. The realization struck deeply. The sparrow never intended to transform the valley. It simply did what it could. One seed, one flight, one day. And somehow those actions accumulated into something far greater. The lesson continued shaping Tenzin's life. As he aged, he became known for encouraging patience and consistency. Not grand gestures, not dramatic transformations, steady effort, compassionate action, small beginnings. One spring, a wealthy merchant visited the monastery. The man wanted to donate money, a great deal of money, but only if his contribution would create something spectacular, something memorable, something people would admire. After listening politely, Tenzin asked, "Have you ever watched a sparrow build a nest?" The merchant looked confused. "What does that have to do with charity?" The old monk smiled. "Everything." The merchant stayed several days. Eventually, he understood. The most meaningful contributions often arrive quietly, not through applause, not through recognition, through consistent acts of care. Late in life, Tenzin spent many afternoons sitting beneath the banyan tree. The ancient giant had grown even larger. New roots touched the earth. New birds nested among its branches. Generations of sparrows had come and gone. The valley continued changing. Yet the lessons remained. One evening, a child sat beside him. The boy pointed toward a sparrow carrying a tiny seed. "What difference can one seed make?" Tenzin smiled. A beautiful question. The same question many adults ask in different forms. What difference can one act of kindness make? One conversation, one moment of patience, one generous gesture, one person. The old monk looked toward the horizon, then back at the bird. "More than you think." The child waited. Tenzin continued. "The sparrow doesn't know where every seed will land. It doesn't know which ones will grow. It doesn't know what those plants might become." The wind moved softly through the banyan leaves. "But it carries the seed anyway." The child nodded slowly. Years later, that lesson would return when he needed it most, as all good lessons do. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people underestimate the power of small actions. They believe change must be dramatic to matter, visible to matter, immediate to matter. Yet life rarely works that way. Forests begin as seeds. Friendships begin as conversations. Wisdom begins as attention. Compassion begins as a single choice. The Buddha often taught that great transformations arise from causes and conditions accumulating over time. Not through magic, not through sudden miracles, through countless small actions shaping one another. The sparrow never looked important. The seed never looked important. The daily flights never looked important. Yet together, they transformed an entire valley. So when your actions seem small, remember the sparrow. When progress feels invisible, remember the nest. When the task appears overwhelming, remember the seed. You do not need to change the whole world today. You do not need to solve every problem. You do not need to see the final outcome. Carry the seed, place the twig, take the next step, offer the kindness, Speak the encouragement. Plant the beginning. The results may remain invisible for a long time, but life has a remarkable way of multiplying sincere efforts. Just as one tiny sparrow helped reshape an entire valley without ever realizing it, our smallest actions often travel farther than we can see. And sometimes, long after we are gone, the seeds continue growing. As we move deeper into the quiet teachings of Zen, we come to a story about seeing clearly and understanding true value. Listen carefully to the next story. There once stood a monastery on a rocky hill overlooking a valley of farms, rivers, and scattered villages. The monastery was not famous. Kings did not visit. Great scholars rarely traveled there. It possessed no treasures, no magnificent statues, no golden halls. Yet travelers often spoke about one unusual thing. Every evening, as darkness settled across the valley, a single candle burned in the main meditation hall. The candle was small, ordinary, almost unremarkable. Yet it had become a symbol throughout the region. People called it the ever-giving flame, not because it burned forever, because it seemed to teach a lesson no one forgot. Among the young novices living at the monastery was a boy named Kenji. Kenji was intelligent, curious, hard-working, but he struggled with generosity. Not because he was selfish, at least not intentionally. He simply feared losing what he had. When food was shared, he worried there might not be enough. When possessions were borrowed, he worried they would not return. When time was requested, he worried he would fall behind in his own work. His fear was quiet, subtle, but powerful. Whenever opportunities to give appeared, a voice inside him whispered, "What if you need it later? What if there isn't enough? What if giving leaves you with less?" The voice rarely shouted. It didn't need to. It spoke softly, persistently, like water dripping onto stone. One evening, while helping prepare the meditation hall, Kenji noticed the old abbot lighting the central candle. The flame flickered gently. The hall glowed with warm light. Several smaller candles sat nearby. One by one, the abbot used the main candle to light them. Soon, dozens of flames illuminated the room. The sight was beautiful. Yet something puzzled the young novice. After the ceremony, he approached the abbot. "Master?" The old monk smiled. "Yes?" Kenji pointed toward the candles. "Why do we always light them this way?" The abbot looked thoughtful. "Which way?" "Using one candle to light all the others." The old monk smiled. "Watch carefully tomorrow." The answer felt unsatisfying. Yet Kenji had learned that the abbot rarely explained things immediately. The following evening, the novice arrived early. He watched closely. Again, the central candle was lit first. Then it ignited another candle, then another, then another. Soon, the hall glowed with dozens of flames. When the ceremony ended, the abbot approached. "What did you notice?" Kenji frowned. "The same thing as yesterday." The old monk nodded. "And the first candle? What about it? Did it lose its flame?" The novice blinked. "No." The abbot smiled. "It shared light, without becoming darker." The lesson seemed simple, perhaps too simple. Kenji nodded politely. Yet he sensed the old monk was pointing towards something deeper. Several weeks later, an opportunity arrived. A severe storm struck a neighboring village. Several homes were damaged. Food supplies were ruined. Many families struggled. The monastery organized relief efforts. Monks gathered rice, medicine, blankets, tools. Everyone contributed what they could, including the novices. When Kenji looked at his small storage chest, uncertainty appeared immediately. He possessed only a few things: a warm blanket, some saved food, a spare robe. Nothing excessive, nothing luxurious. If he gave away part of it, he would have less. The familiar voice returned. What if you need it later? The fear felt reasonable, practical, responsible. Yet something about it bothered him. That evening, he sat alone in the meditation hall. The candles flickered softly. Eventually, the abbot entered. Without looking up, the old monk asked, "What troubles you?" Kenji sighed. "I want to help." The monk nodded. "But?" The novice hesitated. "What if I need what I give away?" The old monk sat beside him. For several moments they watched the flames. Then the abbot pointed toward the central candle. "How many candles did it light tonight?" "Dozens." "And how much light did it lose?" Kenji smiled slightly. "None." The old monk nodded. "Interesting." The answer irritated him, because it seemed too simple for a complicated problem. The abbot noticed, then asked, "What do you think generosity means?" Kenji considered carefully. "Giving things away." The old monk smiled. "Partly." "Then what else?" The answer came softly. "Trust." The next morning, Kenji donated part of his supplies. Not everything, not dramatically, just enough to matter. The act felt uncomfortable. For several days, he worried. What if he needed those things later? What if he made a mistake? Nothing terrible happened. Life continued. The world did not collapse. In fact, something unexpected occurred. The act of giving felt lighter than the fear of giving. The realization surprised him. Months passed. The lesson continued unfolding. One afternoon, a new novice arrived at the monastery. The boy struggled with reading. While other students advanced quickly, he fell behind. Embarrassment isolated him. Eventually, the teachers asked Kenji to help. The request created another conflict. Teaching required time that could be spent studying, practicing, improving himself. Again, the familiar voice appeared. What if helping slows your own progress? Yet he remembered the candle, so he agreed. For several months, he spent extra hours helping the younger novice learn. The process required patience, repeated explanations, countless mistakes, gradual improvement. Eventually, the boy succeeded. The joy on his face felt genuine. Unexpectedly, Kenji discovered something else. Teaching strengthened his own understanding. Knowledge, like flame, seemed capable of spreading without diminishing, perhaps even growing. Years passed. The novice became a monk, then a teacher. The lesson followed him everywhere. One spring, a wealthy merchant visited the monastery. The man donated a large sum of money, then announced the gift publicly, several times, to many people. After he departed, a young student asked, "Was that generosity?" The question sparked discussion. Many monks offered opinions. Eventually they turned toward Kenji. By now, he had become known for wisdom. The older monk considered carefully, then answered, "The gift was real." The student nodded. "But," Kenji smiled, "generosity becomes lighter when it seeks no reward." The lesson lingered, like candlelight, soft, quiet, persistent. One summer, famine struck part of the region. The situation became severe. Many families lacked food. The monastery opened its storehouses. Rice reserves diminished quickly. Several younger monks became worried. If we continue giving, we may not have enough for winter. The concern felt legitimate. The numbers supported it. The risk was real. The monks gathered to discuss the situation. Opinions differed. Some favored caution, others favored continued generosity. Eventually, everyone looked toward Kenji. The old monk sat quietly for several moments. Then he asked, "Do you remember the candle?" Several monks smiled. The story had become famous. Kenji continued, "The candle does not calculate how much darkness remains before sharing its light." Silence filled the room. The lesson felt uncomfortable, because true generosity often does. After careful discussion, the monastery continued helping. Not recklessly, not blindly, but generously. Winter eventually arrived. Food remained sufficient, not abundant, but sufficient. The fear had exaggerated the danger, as fear often does. Years flowed onward. Kenji grew older, his hair turned grey, his responsibilities increased. The monastery changed around him. Students arrived, students departed. Seasons passed. The central candle remained. Every evening, it continued lighting others, one flame becoming many, without loss, without effort, without concern. The symbol deepened over time. One autumn evening, a traveler asked, "What is the greatest form of generosity?" The old monk thought carefully, then answered, "Giving what is needed." The traveler nodded. "Money? Sometimes. Food? Sometimes. What else?" Kenji smiled. "Attention." The traveler looked surprised. The monk continued, "Listening, patience, encouragement, forgiveness." The firelight danced across the walls. Many people possess things. Few offer presents. The traveler remained silent. The lesson felt true. Late in life, Kenji spent many evenings sitting beside the candles, watching them illuminate the hall, watching one flame become many. The sight never grew old. One winter night, a young novice approached. The boy looked troubled. "I want to help people." Kenji smiled. "A good beginning." The novice hesitated. "But I'm afraid." "Of what?" The answer came quietly. "Having less." The old monk nodded, because he remembered, very clearly. For many years, he had carried the same fear. The older monk pointed toward the candles. The novice followed his gaze. The hall glowed warmly. The central candle still burned, surrounded by dozens of others. Kenji asked, "What happened to the first flame?" The boy smiled. "It lit the others." "And what did it lose?" The novice looked carefully, then slowly shook his head. "Nothing." The old monk smiled. "Exactly. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people fear generosity because they imagine life as a fixed amount of happiness, a fixed amount of success, a fixed amount of love, a fixed amount of opportunity. If someone else receives more, they assume they must receive less. But many of the most important things in life do not work this way. Knowledge grows when shared. Kindness grows when shared. Compassion grows when shared. Encouragement grows when shared. Love grows when shared. Like a candle lighting another candle, the original flame remains, yet the world becomes brighter. The Buddha often taught that generosity is not merely an action, it is a way of relating to life, a recognition that clinging creates fear while sharing creates freedom. The generous heart trusts abundance where fear predicts scarcity, not because resources are infinite, because connection is. So when opportunities to give appear, remember the candle. Not every gift must be large. Not every act must be dramatic. Sometimes a few kind words change a life. Sometimes a moment of patience changes a day. Sometimes a small act of generosity travels farther than we ever see. One flame, then another, until the darkness becomes light, and no flame loses itself in the process. The city of Shorin was famous for its walls. Massive stone walls surrounded the entire city. They stood taller than 3 men, thick enough for guards to patrol along their tops, strong enough to withstand storms, armies, and the passage of time. People spoke proudly about those walls. Visitors admired them. Merchants trusted them. Citizens felt protected by them. The walls represented safety, security, control, or so everyone believed. Among the people living inside the city was a man named Tetsu. Tetsu spent most of his life trying to feel secure. He accumulated savings, purchased property, stored food, made careful plans, avoided unnecessary risks. Whenever uncertainty appeared, he searched for ways to eliminate it. His efforts impressed many people. Neighbors called him responsible, practical, prepared. Yet despite all his precautions, Tetsu rarely felt at peace. Every solution created a new concern. Every achievement produced another fear. If money increased, he worried about losing it. If business improved, he worried about decline. If plans succeeded, he worried about future failure. Security always seemed just beyond reach, like a destination that moved farther away whenever he approached. The pattern exhausted him, though he rarely admitted it. One spring morning, news spread throughout the city. A wandering monk had arrived. His name was Master Kenzan. Travelers spoke highly of him, not because he performed miracles, because he asked uncomfortable questions, questions that lingered, questions that quietly changed people. Curiosity eventually brought Tetsu to one of the monks' gatherings. The old teacher sat beneath a large tree near the market. His robe was worn, his belongings minimal, yet his presence seemed remarkably peaceful. Several villagers asked questions. One man asked about happiness, another asked about success. Eventually, Tetsu raised his hand. "Master, how does a person become secure?" The monk smiled. "Secure from what?" The answer immediately irritated him. "Loss, failure, misfortune, uncertainty." The monk nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Have you succeeded?" Tetsu frowned. "At what?" "Becoming secure." The crowd laughed softly. The question landed more deeply than he expected, because the answer was obvious. No. Despite years of effort, complete security remained absent. The monk smiled gently. Interesting. Several days later, Tetsu encountered Kenzan again. This time the monk was walking through the city alone. On impulse, Tetsu joined him. They wandered narrow streets, past merchants and craftsmen. Eventually, they reached the city's main gate. The gate was enormous. Heavy wooden doors, reinforced with iron. Guards stood nearby. The structure symbolized everything the city valued: protection, control, safety. Kenzan stopped, then asked, "What keeps the city safe?" Tetsu looked confused. "The walls, the gate, the guards." The monk nodded. "Good." Then he pointed toward the open gate. People entered freely. People departed freely. The city remained busy. The monk smiled. "What keeps them inside?" The answer seemed obvious. "Nothing." Kenzan nodded. "Exactly." The conversation ended there, at least externally. Internally, it had only begun. Over the following weeks, Tetsu found himself thinking about the gate. The city possessed walls, yet the gate remained open. People could leave whenever they wished. The image returned repeatedly, though he wasn't entirely sure why. One evening, while reviewing financial records, he noticed something. His accounts looked excellent, better than ever, yet anxiety remained. The familiar tension still occupied his chest. The same worry, the same fear, the same restlessness. The realization disturbed him, because it suggested the problem might not be external. The possibility felt uncomfortable. If money wasn't the solution, if planning wasn't the solution, if preparation wasn't the solution, then what exactly was he searching for? Several days later, he visited the monk again. "I've been thinking about the gate." Kenzan smiled. "A dangerous activity." The answer made him laugh despite himself. The monk continued, "What did you discover?" Tetsu hesitated, then answered honestly, "Nothing outside seems capable of making me feel secure." The old man nodded. "A valuable observation." The younger man frowned. "Then what am I supposed to do?" The monk looked toward a nearby pond. For several moments, he remained silent, then asked, "If a bird sits inside an open cage, is it trapped?" Tetsu considered carefully. "No. Why not?" "The door is open." The monk smiled. "Exactly." The answer felt familiar, yet its meaning remained just out of reach. The following month brought difficulties. A business deal failed unexpectedly. The loss was not catastrophic, but significant. Several years earlier, the event would have consumed him. Days of worry, weeks of frustration, months of resentment. Instead, something different happened. The anxiety appeared. Then he remembered the gate. The loss existed. But so did his reaction. One belonged to reality. The other belonged to him. The distinction mattered. For the first time, he noticed how often suffering continued after circumstances ended. The event closed. The mind remained trapped. The gate stood open. Yet the prisoner refused to leave. One afternoon, Kenzan invited him on a short journey outside the city. They followed a forest path leading toward the mountains. After several hours, they reached a small abandoned shrine. The building was old, weathered, partially collapsed. Yet something unusual caught Tetsu's attention. A rusted iron cage sat nearby. Inside the cage perched a small bird. The sight immediately upset him. "Who trapped it?" The monk walked closer, then smiled. "Look carefully." The younger man approached, then froze. The cage door stood completely open. The bird could leave at any moment, yet remained inside. The realization felt strangely powerful. The monk said nothing. He didn't need to. The lesson already spoke clearly. The image followed Tetsu for weeks. The open cage, the open gate, the bird that stayed. Gradually, he began recognizing similar patterns inside himself. Old fears he continued carrying. Old worries he continued repeating. Old assumptions he never questioned. No one forced him to hold them. The door stood open, yet habit remained stronger than freedom. One evening, while sitting alone, he asked himself a simple question. What am I afraid will happen if I let go? The answer arrived immediately. Anything, everything, the unknown. The realization surprised him, because uncertainty itself had become the enemy. Not specific outcomes, uncertainty. And uncertainty, by definition, could never be eliminated completely. He had spent years fighting something impossible to defeat. As the seasons changed, so did Tetsu. Not dramatically, gradually. He still planned, still worked, still prepared responsibly. The difference was attachment. He stopped demanding guarantees from life, stopped expecting certainty where none existed, stopped treating uncertainty as imprisonment. The shift felt subtle, yet transformative. For the first time in years, moments of genuine peace appeared. Not because circumstances improved, because resistance softened. One autumn evening, a young merchant visited him. The man looked overwhelmed. "I cannot relax." Tetsu smiled. The statement sounded familiar. The merchant described endless worries, competition, money, failure, future risks. The list never ended. After listening patiently, Tetsu asked, "Have you ever seen the city gate?" The young man looked confused. "Of course. Is it locked?" "No." The merchant frowned. "What does that have to do with anything?" Tetsu smiled. "Everything." Years passed. Kenzan eventually departed. The monk continued traveling, teaching, questioning, leaving lessons behind wherever he went. Tetsu never saw him again, yet the teachings remained, especially the gate. The image became a compass. Whenever anxiety returned, he remembered. Whenever fear tightened around him, he remembered. Whenever he felt trapped, he remembered. The gate stood open. The prison often existed only in the mind. Late in life, Tetsu developed a habit. Every morning, he walked to the city gate. Sometimes he stayed only a few minutes, sometimes longer. The guards eventually stopped asking questions. The old man simply sat and watched. People entering, people leaving, the endless movement of life. One morning, a child approached him. "Why do you come here every day?" Tetsu smiled. The question deserved a good answer, so he thought carefully, then replied, "To remember." "What?" The old man looked toward the open gate, then answered, "That freedom isn't where most people look for it." The child nodded politely, though he clearly didn't understand. Tetsu laughed. Neither had he once. Near the end of his life, he stood beside the gate one final time. The city remained busy. The walls remained strong. The guards remained vigilant. Everything looked much the same, yet his understanding had changed completely. The walls protected the city, but they could not create peace. The gate allowed movement, but it could not create freedom. Those things emerged elsewhere, inside. The realization felt simple, obvious even, yet it had taken decades to discover. And perhaps that is the lesson. Many people spend their lives searching for freedom in external conditions. More money, more control, more certainty, more security, more favorable circumstances. Some of these things help. None provide complete liberation, because the deepest forms of imprisonment often exist within: fear, attachment, resentment, identity. The belief that peace depends entirely on circumstances. The Buddha taught that true freedom comes from understanding the mind, not controlling the world. The gate with no lock reminds us that many of the doors we fear are already open. The cage stands open. The gate stands open. The path stands open. Yet habit keeps us circling inside familiar walls. Freedom begins the moment we notice, the moment we question, the moment we realize that uncertainty is not the same as captivity, loss is not the same as imprisonment, change is not the same as danger, life remains unpredictable, the gate remains open, and every day we are invited to walk through it, not into another place, into a different relationship with the one we are already in. For the greatest prison has no walls, and the greatest freedom requires no key. With each step on the Zen path, a new lesson unfolds. Now we turn to a story about recognition, of self, of others, and of what truly matters. Listen carefully to the next story. In a quiet valley between two blue mountains, there was a small Buddhist monastery where the mornings began before sunrise and the evenings ended with the sound of a wooden bell. The monastery was not famous. Pilgrims rarely came. It had no golden statues, no tall gates, and no walls painted with bright colors. It was built from old wood and smooth stone, with roofs that curved gently toward the sky. Behind the monastery grew a bamboo grove. The bamboo was tall, green, and graceful. When the wind moved through it, the leaves whispered like soft rain. The monks often walked there after meditation, letting the sound of the bamboo calm their thoughts. Among the monks lived a young novice named Sanu. Sanu was sincere, hard-working, and determined. He woke before everyone else. He swept the courtyard until every fallen leaf was gone. He memorized teachings late into the night. He sat in meditation without moving, even when his knees ached and his back burned. The older monks admired his discipline, but they also noticed something troubling. Sanu was too hard on himself. If his mind wandered during meditation, he felt ashamed. If he forgot a verse, he called himself foolish. If another novice corrected him, his face tightened with embarrassment. He believed that to become wise, he had to be strong like a stone. One evening, after the final chant, Sanu went to the abbot and bowed. "Master," he said, "I want to become unshakable. I want a mind that never bends, never fears, never doubts, and never breaks." The abbot was an old monk named Venerable Ananda. His face was lined like dry earth, but his eyes were soft and bright. He looked at Sanu for a long moment. Then he said, "Come with me." They walked through the quiet courtyard, past the stone lanterns, past the meditation hall, and into the bamboo grove. The evening air was cool. The sky was deep blue, and a thin moon rested above the mountains. Venerable Ananda pointed to the bamboo. "What do you see?" he asked. Sanu looked carefully. "I see bamboo, master. Tall bamboo, straight bamboo, strong bamboo." The old monk nodded. "And what do you think makes it strong?" Sanu answered quickly. "It stands upright. It does not collapse. It rises above the earth." Venerable Ananda smiled faintly. "Perhaps," he said, "or perhaps its strength is something else." Sanu did not understand, but he said nothing. The next morning, the sky changed. Dark clouds gathered over the mountains. The air became heavy and still. Birds flew low. The leaves of the bamboo grove stopped whispering and became silent. By midday, rain began to fall. At first, it was gentle. Then it grew harder. The monastery roofs rattled. Water ran down the stone steps. The wind pushed against the wooden doors. By evening, a fierce storm had entered the valley. The monks closed the shutters and secured the lamps. Thunder rolled across the sky. Rain struck the earth so hard it sounded like thousands of drums. Sanu sat in the meditation hall, trying to keep his mind still. But his thoughts were restless. What if the roof breaks? What if the old trees fall? What if the storehouse floods? What if I am afraid because my practice is weak? He clenched his hands in his lap and tried to force his thoughts into silence. But the harder he tried, the louder they became. Finally, unable to bear it, he rose and walked to the doorway. Through the rain, he could see the old pine tree near the monastery gate. It had stood there longer than anyone could remember. Its trunk was thick. Its branches were heavy. Its roots gripped the earth like giant fingers. Sanu had always admired that tree. "It is strong," he thought. "That is how I must become." Then a violent gust of wind struck the valley. The pine tree groaned, its branches twisted, its trunk shuddered. The wind pressed harder and harder against it. The tree resisted, stiff and proud. Then, with a sound like the cracking of the earth itself, the pine split. Half of it tore away and crashed to the ground. Sanu stepped back, startled. The next morning, the storm had passed. The monastery was wet and quiet. Mist floated between the trees. Broken branches lay across the path. The air smelled of rain, leaves, and fresh mud. Sanu hurried to the gate. The great pine had fallen. Its roots were torn from the earth. Its thick trunk lay shattered across the ground. The tree that had seemed so powerful was now broken and still. Sanu stood there in silence. Then Venerable Ananda appeared beside him. "You admired this tree," the abbot said gently. "Yes, master," Sanu whispered. "It was strong." The old monk looked toward the bamboo grove. "Come." They walked together through the wet courtyard and into the grove. Sanu expected to see destruction. He expected the bamboo to be broken, scattered, flattened by the storm. But the bamboo was still there. Its thin green stalks were bent low beneath the weight of rainwater, but they were not broken. Some leaned almost to the ground. Others curved like bows. Drops of water slid down their leaves and fell softly into the mud. Then, as the morning sun warmed the grove, the bamboo began to rise. Slowly, quietly. One stalk lifted, then another, then another. By midday, the grove stood tall again, shining with rain. Sanu stared in wonder. "The bamboo survived," he said. Venerable Ananda nodded. "Because it knew how to bend." Sanu lowered his eyes. The old monk continued. "The pine resisted the storm. The bamboo moved with it. The pine believed strength meant never yielding. The bamboo understood that yielding is sometimes what allows life to continue." Sanu was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, "Master, should we not try to be strong?" The abbot smiled. "We should, but you must understand what strength is. A rigid mind breaks under suffering. A flexible mind receives suffering, learns from it, and rises again." Sanu listened carefully. "Pain will come," said the abbot. "Loss will come. Change will come. People will disappoint you. Your body will grow tired. Your thoughts will wander. Plans will fail. The world will not always obey your wishes. If you make your heart hard, you may think you are protected. But hardness cannot protect you from life. It only makes it easier for you to break." The words entered Sanu slowly. For many days after the storm, he thought about the bamboo. When he meditated and his mind wandered, he no longer clenched his jaw. Instead, he gently noticed the thought and returned to his breath. When he made a mistake while chanting, he bowed, corrected himself, and continued. When another novice spilled rice during the midday meal, Sanu began to scold him, then stopped. He remembered the bamboo bending in the rain, so he simply helped clean the floor. Weeks passed. One afternoon, a traveler arrived at the monastery. He was angry and exhausted. His clothes were muddy and his face was full of frustration. He demanded food. He complained about the road. He criticized the monastery for being too simple. He mocked the monks for wasting their lives in silence. Sanu felt heat rise in his chest. He wanted to defend the monastery. He wanted to prove the traveler wrong. He wanted to speak sharply and show that he was not weak. But then he heard the wind moving through the bamboo grove. Soft, patient, untroubled. Sanu breathed in. Then he bowed and said, "You must have had a difficult journey. Please sit. I will bring you tea." The traveler seemed surprised. He sat down. Sanu brought tea, rice, and warm water for washing. The man ate in silence. Slowly, the anger left his face. After a while, he said, "I spoke rudely." Sanu answered, "The road was hard." The traveler looked down at his bowl. "My son is ill," he said quietly. "I am afraid he will die. I did not know where to place my fear, so I placed it here." Sanu felt his anger dissolve. In that moment, He understood something. The traveller's harsh words had been like wind. If Sanu had stood rigidly against them, there would have been a storm between them. But because he had bent, something hidden had been revealed. Fear, grief, love. That evening, Sanu went to Venerable Ananda. "Master," he said, "today I bent, and I did not break." The old monk smiled. "And what did you discover?" Sanu thought for a moment. "I discovered that bending is not weakness. It gives space for compassion." The abbot nodded. "Yes, a mind that bends can listen, a heart that bends can understand, a life that bends can survive many storms." Years passed. Sanu grew older. His face became calmer. His movements became slower. He became known not for strictness, but for gentleness. Young novices came to him with their frustrations. One said, "I cannot meditate. My mind is too restless." Sanu would answer, "Then sit with a restless mind. Do not fight it like an enemy. Bow to it and return to the breath." Another said, "Someone insulted me, and I cannot stop thinking about it." Sanu would say, "Do not build a house for the insult. Let it pass through like wind through bamboo." Another said, "I am afraid of change." And Sanu would lead them to the grove. There, beneath the green stalks, he would tell them the story of the storm. He would point to the bamboo and say, "Look carefully. It does not survive because the world is gentle. It survives because it knows how to move with what comes." One winter, many years later, another storm entered the valley. This storm was stronger than the first. Rain fell for 3 days. The mountain paths turned to rivers. The old storage shed collapsed. Several trees were uprooted. The monks were frightened. But Sanu, now an elder, walked calmly through the monastery, helping secure doors, comforting novices, and carrying supplies to dry ground. A young monk asked him, "Are you not afraid?" Sanu looked toward the bamboo grove, swaying wildly in the rain. "I am afraid," he said. "But fear is also wind. I do not need to become hard against it." The young monk listened. Sanu continued, "Let the body feel fear. Let the mind know fear. But do not let fear become the master of the house." The storm passed by morning. Again, the bamboo rose. Some stalks were bruised. Some leaves were torn. Some branches had snapped. But the grove was alive. Sanu stood among them, touching one wet green stalk with his old hand. He remembered the young novice he had once been, the boy who wanted to become unshakable, the boy who believed wisdom meant never bending. Now he understood. Nothing alive is truly unshakable. The body changes, the heart changes, the world changes, the people we love change. Even mountains are slowly shaped by wind and rain. Peace does not come from refusing change. Peace comes from learning how to meet change without losing the kindness within us. That evening, as the monks gathered for meditation, Sanu spoke softly. "When suffering comes, do not ask, 'How can I make myself hard enough to never feel this?' Ask instead, 'How can I remain open without being destroyed? How can I bend without losing my roots?'" The hall was silent. Outside, the bamboo moved gently in the night breeze. Sanu closed his eyes. He could hear the soft rustling of leaves. It sounded like the earth itself was breathing. And in that sound, he heard the lesson again. Be rooted, but not rigid. Be steady, but not stiff. Be strong, but not hard. For the storm does not ask our permission before it arrives. But if we learn to bend with wisdom, breathe with patience, and rise again with compassion, then even the fiercest winds can become part of the path. And like bamboo after rain, we may discover that what bowed low in the storm can still rise toward the light. On the northern edge of an ancient forest, where rolling hills met the foothills of distant mountains, there stood a magnificent oak tree. It was older than anyone could remember. Generations had grown up beneath its branches. Children had climbed its sturdy limbs. Travelers had rested in its shade. Birds had built countless nests among its leaves. The villagers often said that the tree seemed eternal. It had survived storms, droughts, harsh winters, and scorching summers. Year after year, it remained, steady, strong, reliable. To many people, it appeared unchanging. Yet the tree knew a secret. Every year, it had to let go. Among the villagers lived a young man named Daiichi. Unlike the great oak, Daiichi struggled with letting go. He held tightly to almost everything. Old disappointments, past mistakes, broken friendships, lost opportunities. Even possessions he no longer needed filled his small home. He kept old clothes he never wore, letters he never read, objects he never used. Every item seemed connected to a memory. Every memory felt impossible to release. Whenever something ended, Daiichi resisted. Whenever life changed, he suffered. Deep down, he believed that holding on would somehow protect him. Yet the opposite seemed true. The more tightly he clung to things, the heavier his life became. One autumn afternoon, after another day spent worrying about the past, Daiichi wandered into the forest. The air was cool, the sunlight softer than summer. Leaves drifted lazily through the sky. Gold, amber, crimson. The entire forest seemed painted with color. Eventually he reached the great oak. Its enormous branches stretched overhead. Thousands of leaves still covered the tree, yet many had already begun to fall. Daiichi sat beneath it. For a while he simply watched. A breeze moved through the branches. Several leaves detached and floated downward. None seemed to resist. None appeared afraid. They simply released their grip and drifted gently toward the earth. As he watched, an elderly monk approached along the forest path. Daiichi recognized him immediately. It was Venerable Soren, a teacher who occasionally visited the village. The monk smiled and sat beside him. Neither spoke for several minutes. The forest seemed to encourage silence. Finally, Soren asked, "What brings you here today?" Daiichi sighed. "My mind." The old monk nodded. "A familiar visitor." The young man laughed softly. Then he told the monk about his struggles, the regrets he could not forget, the relationships he could not move beyond, the memories he constantly replayed, the future he wished had happened. When he finished, the monk looked up at the oak tree. Then he asked, "Do you think the tree is sad about its leaves?" Daiichi frowned. "What?" The monk pointed upward. "The leaves. Do you think the tree mourns everyone that falls?" Daiichi looked at the branches. "I don't know." Soren smiled. "Then perhaps we should watch." So they sat together beneath the oak. The afternoon slowly unfolded. The wind came and went. Leaves continued falling. The tree remained. Finally, the monk spoke again. "Tell me, why do leaves fall?" "Because winter is coming." "Exactly." The old monk nodded. "The tree understands something many people forget." "What?" "That holding on forever prevents new growth." Daiichi listened carefully. The monk continued. "If the tree refused to release its leaves, what would happen when spring arrived?" The young man thought for a moment. There would be no room for new ones. The old monk smiled. "Exactly." The answer seemed simple, almost too simple, yet something about it lingered. Over the following weeks, Daiichi found himself returning to the oak tree often. Each visit revealed new changes. More leaves fell, more branches became bare. The transformation seemed gradual and effortless. The tree never appeared frightened, never desperate, never resistant. It simply participated in the season. One particularly windy afternoon, Daiichi arrived to find almost half the leaves gone. The ground beneath the tree glowed with autumn colors. It looked beautiful, yet the tree appeared less full than before. A thought suddenly entered his mind. Perhaps letting go was not destruction. Perhaps it was part of a cycle. Still, understanding a lesson and living it are very different things. A few days later, Daiichi received news that an old friend was moving far away. The two had grown distant over the years, but the announcement still stirred sadness. His first reaction was familiar: resistance. Why must people leave? Why must relationships change? Why can't things remain as they are? Then he remembered the tree. That evening he walked to the forest. The oak stood quietly beneath the fading light. More leaves had fallen. The branches looked increasingly bare. Yet somehow the tree seemed no less alive. Standing beneath it, Daiichi realized something. The tree did not cling to what had served its purpose. It trusted the seasons, and perhaps life required the same trust. Winter eventually arrived. Snow covered the forest. The great oak stood completely bare. No leaves remained. At first glance, it looked almost lifeless. Many travelers passing through the forest assumed it was dead, but it was not. Beneath the surface, unseen processes continued. The roots remained alive. The trunk remained strong. The tree was preparing, waiting, trusting. One morning, Daiichi visited after a fresh snowfall. The world was silent. Snow covered every branch. The forest seemed asleep. As he stood there, he realized how much the tree had taught him. The oak no longer looked empty. It looked patient. There was a difference. Months passed. Winter slowly loosened its grip. The snow melted. The days grew longer. Birds returned. The air softened. And then, one morning, Daiichi noticed something remarkable. Tiny green buds had appeared along the branches. Small, fragile, almost invisible, yet unmistakably alive. A few weeks later, fresh leaves emerged. New life where old life had once been. The cycle continued. Not because the tree fought change, but because it accepted it. That spring, Daiichi began making changes of his own. He sorted through possessions he had kept for years. Some he donated, some he gave away, some he simply released. At first it felt uncomfortable, then surprisingly freeing. He also began letting go of old resentments, not all at once, slowly, patiently, like leaves falling one by one. Some memories still hurt, some losses still saddened him, but he no longer carried them quite so tightly. Years later, Daiichi became known for his calm nature. People often sought his advice during difficult transitions. One young woman came after a painful breakup. An elderly man came after retirement. A merchant came after losing his business. Each wanted the same thing: a way to avoid change, a way to keep life exactly as it had been. Rather than giving immediate answers, Daiichi often invited them to walk into the forest. There, beneath the great oak, he would ask, "What season is the tree in?" The question often confused them. At first, then gradually they understood. Life contains seasons. Some seasons bring growth. Others bring endings. Some bring abundance. Others require release. No season lasts forever. That is both the challenge and the gift. As an old man, Daiichi continued visiting the oak. One autumn evening, Many decades after his first conversation with Venerable Soren, he sat beneath the tree once again. Leaves drifted gently around him. The setting sun painted the forest gold. He watched a single leaf detach from a branch high above. It spun slowly through the air, dancing, turning, floating. Eventually, it landed softly upon the earth. And in that moment, Daiichi understood the lesson more deeply than ever before. The leaf did not fail. The tree did not lose. Nothing had gone wrong. The leaf had simply completed its time. Its journey continued in another form. The earth would receive it. The soil would nourish future growth. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was truly separate. The same was true of so many things in life: relationships, dreams, chapters, roles, possessions, even certain versions of ourselves. Not everything is meant to remain forever. Some things arrive to teach us. Some arrive to comfort us. Some arrive to transform us. And then they leave. Not because they lacked value, but because their purpose has been fulfilled. The oak understood this. The seasons understood this. Nature understood this. Perhaps wisdom was simply learning to understand it too. As twilight settled over the forest, Daiichi closed his eyes and listened to the wind moving through the branches. The sound was gentle, peaceful, almost like a whisper. And if the wind could speak, it might have said, "Do not fear letting go. The tree does not mourn every leaf. It trusts the spring that has not yet arrived. Trust the seasons of your own life as well. For sometimes the very thing you are afraid to release is making space for something beautiful that has not yet begun to grow." As our exploration of Zen Buddhism deepens, let us listen to a story that reveals how true worth is often overlooked. Here starts the next story. In a remote valley nestled between snow-capped mountains, there stood a village that knew the rhythm of the seasons better than the passage of years. The villagers measured time not by calendars, but by nature. The arrival of swallows marked the beginning of spring. The blooming of wildflowers announced summer. The golden harvest signaled autumn, and the first snowfall declared the arrival of winter. For generations, life followed this cycle. The people respected it, trusted it, lived alongside it. Yet every winter brought challenges. The days became short, the nights became long. The fields lay dormant beneath blankets of snow. The mountains disappeared behind storms. Travel became difficult. Food became precious. And many villagers quietly endured a heaviness they rarely spoke about. Among them lived a young woman named Aya. Aya had once been known for her cheerful spirit. As a child, she laughed easily. As a teenager, she dreamed endlessly. As a young adult, she believed life would unfold exactly as she imagined. But life rarely follows our plans. Several difficult years had changed her. Her mother had fallen ill. The family farm struggled. A man she hoped to marry had moved away and never returned. One disappointment followed another. Nothing catastrophic, nothing dramatic. Just enough sorrow, repeated often enough, to slowly dim her spirit. By the time she reached her late 20s, Aya no longer expected much from life. She still worked hard. She still helped others. She still smiled when required. But her joy felt distant, like a memory from another season. Then came the hardest winter anyone could remember. Snow arrived early. Storms lasted for weeks. The river froze. Roads disappeared beneath drifts of ice. The village became isolated. Many people worried. Some feared food shortages. Others feared illness. The darkness seemed endless. As winter deepened, So did Aya's sadness. Every morning she looked out the window and saw only white fields and grey skies. Every evening, darkness arrived before she felt ready for it. The world appeared lifeless, silent, frozen. One particularly cold morning, Aya walked into the forest to gather firewood. The air stung her cheeks. Her breath formed clouds before her face. Snow covered every branch. The entire landscape seemed asleep. As she moved through the woods, she thought about all the things she had lost, all the things that had not happened, all the things she wished were different. The more she thought, the heavier her heart became. Eventually, she stopped beside an old pine tree. The forest was completely silent, or so she thought. Then she heard it, a song, soft at first, almost impossible to notice, a single bird singing somewhere among the snow-covered branches. Aya looked around in surprise. Surely she had imagined it. Birds did not sing in winter, not here, not now. Yet the song came again, clear, gentle, unmistakably real. She followed the sound. Eventually she found the source. A small brown bird perched on a branch, its feathers puffed against the cold. Its tiny body seemed fragile against the vast winter landscape, and yet it continued singing. The sight felt strangely absurd. Everything around it appeared frozen. The sky was grey, the trees were bare, the ground was covered in snow, and still the bird sang. Aya stood watching for several minutes. Then she shook her head. "Foolish bird." The words escaped before she could stop them. The bird, of course, offered no reply. Eventually it flew away, yet the image remained in her mind. Over the following days, she heard the bird again, always singing, always cheerful, always appearing when the world seemed at its coldest. The mystery began to irritate her. One morning, while delivering supplies to an elderly monk who lived near the edge of the village, she mentioned it. The monk's name was Tenzin. He had lived in the valley for many decades. People often sought his advice, though his answers were rarely straightforward. Aya set down the basket she carried. Then she asked, "Why would a bird sing in winter?" The old monk smiled. "Why indeed?" Aya frowned. "There is nothing to sing about." Tenzin looked amused. "Nothing? The trees are bare." "Yes." "The fields are frozen." "Yes." "The days are short." "Yes." "The world is asleep." The monk nodded. Then he asked, "Do you think the bird doesn't know that?" Aya hesitated. The question felt strange. Of course the bird knew. It lived in the same winter, the same cold, the same darkness. The old monk poured tea into 2 small cups. Steam rose gently into the air. Then he said, "Perhaps the bird sings not because winter is absent." He handed her a cup. "Perhaps it sings despite winter." The words lingered, but Aya wasn't convinced. The answer felt too simple, too optimistic. Life wasn't a song. Life was difficult. Life was loss. Life was uncertainty. Birds could afford to sing. People carried responsibilities. That evening she returned home unconvinced. Yet the next morning she heard the bird again, and the morning after that, and the one after that. Its song seemed to appear precisely when the weather felt most severe. Eventually, curiosity overcame irritation. One day she followed the bird deeper into the forest. The snow was fresh, the air perfectly still. The bird moved from branch to branch, singing as it went. Finally, it settled near a clearing where sunlight broke through the trees. Aya sat quietly nearby. For a long time she simply listened. The song wasn't extraordinary. It wasn't louder than other birds. It wasn't more beautiful. Yet within the silence of winter, it felt important. almost courageous. As she listened, a realization slowly emerged. The bird wasn't waiting for spring. It wasn't postponing its song until conditions improved. It wasn't saying, "I will sing when the snow melts. I will sing when the flowers return. I will sing when life becomes easier." It sang now, in the middle of winter, in the middle of uncertainty, in the middle of cold and darkness. The insight unsettled her, because she realized she had been doing the opposite. For years, she had postponed her happiness. She had been telling herself, "I will be happy when life improves. I will be happy when things return to normal. I will be happy when my circumstances change." Yet those conditions kept moving further away, like a horizon, always visible, never reached. The winter continued, but something inside Aya began to shift. Not dramatically, not all at once, slowly. One morning she noticed the beauty of sunlight reflecting on snow. Another day she enjoyed sharing tea with a neighbor. Another day she laughed unexpectedly during a conversation. Small moments, ordinary moments. Moments she might previously have overlooked. The hardships remained. The cold remained. The uncertainty remained. Yet she discovered that joy and difficulty could exist together. One did not have to wait for the other to disappear. Several weeks later, a fierce storm struck the valley, the worst of the season. Wind howled through the mountains. Snow piled against doors. Many villagers stayed indoors for days. When the storm finally passed, Aya walked into the forest once more. The landscape looked transformed. Branches had fallen. Paths had disappeared. Everything seemed buried beneath fresh snow. For a moment she wondered whether the little bird had survived. Then she heard it, faintly, somewhere beyond the trees. The same song, the same steady melody, the same quiet courage. And for the first time, Aya smiled before hearing the entire song. Years passed. The difficult winter eventually ended. Spring returned, as it always does. Snow melted. Streams flowed once more. Flowers appeared. Birds filled the forests. Yet Aya never forgot the lesson, because she realized the bird had never truly been teaching her about winter. It had been teaching her about life. Every life contains winters, periods of loss, periods of uncertainty, periods when joy feels distant, periods when the future appears hidden. Many people spend those seasons waiting for life to improve before allowing themselves to live fully, waiting for perfect conditions before allowing themselves to hope, waiting for spring before allowing themselves to sing. But the little bird had shown another way. One autumn evening, many years later, a young villager came seeking Aya's advice. The young woman had recently suffered several disappointments. Nothing seemed to be going according to plan. "I feel stuck," she admitted. "I keep waiting for things to get better." Aya listened quietly. Then she smiled. "Let me tell you about a bird." The young woman looked confused, but Aya continued. She told the story of the hardest winter, the silent forest, the tiny bird, the unexpected song. When she finished, the young woman sat quietly for a long time. Then she asked, "So, what was the lesson?" Aya looked toward the mountains. The evening sky glowed softly above them. Then she answered, "The bird never waited for spring to begin singing." Silence followed. Then understanding slowly appeared on the young woman's face. Years later, long after Aya herself had grown old, people in the valley still told the story. Children learned it. Travelers carried it to distant places. And every winter, whenever someone heard a bird singing unexpectedly among the snow-covered trees, they remembered. Life will always contain winters. No one escapes them. Loss comes, change comes, disappointment comes. But joy does not belong only to spring. Peace does not belong only to easy seasons. Hope does not belong only to those whose lives are perfect. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is sing anyway. Not because winter isn't real, not because suffering doesn't exist, but because the heart is capable of holding both sorrow and beauty at the same time. And perhaps that is the lesson of the bird. Do not wait for life to become perfect before allowing yourself to live. Do not wait for every problem to disappear before allowing yourself to smile. Do not wait for spring before allowing yourself to sing. The snow may still fall. The winds may still blow. The nights may still be long. Yet somewhere within you, a song remains. And if a small bird can find its voice in the middle of winter, perhaps we can too. Professor Daiichi was one of the most educated men in the kingdom. His reputation stretched far beyond the city where he taught. He had studied philosophy, history, poetry, mathematics, and religion. He had debated scholars, written books, delivered lectures to crowded halls. Students traveled great distances simply to hear him speak, and yet, despite all his knowledge, he was restless. The more he learned, the more questions appeared. The more books he read, the more uncertain he became. At first, he believed the answer was more knowledge, so he read more, studied more, collected more ideas, filled more notebooks. But the feeling remained, a quiet dissatisfaction, a sense that something important was still missing. One spring morning, while visiting a neighboring province, Daiichi heard rumors of an elderly Zen monk who lived alone in the mountains. People spoke of the monk's unusual wisdom. They said travelers often arrived seeking answers and departed strangely transformed. The stories intrigued the professor, not because he believed them, because he doubted them. Surely whatever wisdom this monk possessed could be explained, analyzed, and compared with existing philosophical traditions. Curious, he decided to visit. The journey took most of a day. The monk's hermitage stood high among cedar trees overlooking a valley. It was remarkably simple. A small wooden building, a stone path, a garden, a single wind chime hanging near the entrance. Nothing about it suggested extraordinary wisdom. The professor felt slightly disappointed. An old monk opened the door. His robe was plain, his face weathered, his eyes calm. He bowed. "Welcome." Daiichi returned the bow. "I am Professor Daiichi." The monk smiled. "I know." This surprised him. "You do? Several people mentioned you might come." The monk stepped aside. "Please enter." Inside, the room contained very little. A low table, 2 cushions, a small shelf holding several worn books, a kettle warming over a charcoal fire. Nothing more. The simplicity felt almost uncomfortable. Daiichi was accustomed to libraries, stacks of manuscripts, rooms filled with information. This place felt empty. The monk gestured toward a cushion. They sat. For a while, neither spoke. Finally, the professor cleared his throat. "I have spent many years studying wisdom traditions." The monk nodded. "I have examined countless teachings." Another nod. "I have explored questions concerning suffering, meaning, and enlightenment." The monk smiled gently. "That is wonderful." Encouraged, Daiichi continued. He spoke about philosophy, religion, meditation, ethics, consciousness, the nature of reality, the limitations of language, theories from different schools of thought. Hours seemed to pass. Whenever he finished explaining one idea, another followed. The monk listened quietly, never interrupting, never arguing, never correcting. Eventually, Daiichi paused. Surely now the monk would offer his own insights. Instead, the old man asked, "Would you like some tea?" The professor felt slightly disappointed. After such an impressive discussion, tea seemed unrelated. Nevertheless, he nodded. Yes. The monk rose, placed 2 cups on the table, then began pouring tea. The first cup filled steadily. The tea reached the rim. Then the monk continued pouring. The professor blinked. Tea spilled over the edge, onto the table, onto the floor. Still the monk poured. At last, Daiichi could no longer remain silent. "Stop!" The monk looked up. "The cup is full." Tea continued dripping from the table. "It cannot hold any more." The old monk placed the kettle down, then smiled. "Exactly." Silence filled the room. The professor stared at the overflowing cup. Slowly, painfully slowly, understanding began to appear. The monk's voice remained soft. "You have come seeking wisdom." Daiichi said nothing. "But your cup is already full." The words struck harder than any criticism, because they were true. The monk continued. "You arrive carrying conclusions, opinions, theories, certainties, comparisons." He pointed toward the overflowing cup. "How can something new enter if there is no space?" For the first time since arriving, the professor had no response. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the windows. The wind chime outside moved softly in the breeze. The old monk poured fresh tea into a clean cup. This time he stopped before it overflowed. Then he handed it to Daiichi. The professor accepted it quietly. Over the following days, he remained at the hermitage. At first, he expected lessons, teachings, discussions. Instead, the monk assigned simple tasks: sweeping leaves, carrying water, working in the garden, preparing meals. The simplicity frustrated him. One morning, while pulling weeds, he finally asked, "When will the teaching begin?" The monk looked surprised. "It already has." Daiichi frowned. "How is this philosophy?" The old man smiled. "Must wisdom always arrive through words?" The professor had spent his entire life believing it did. Several days later, they worked together in the garden. The monk spent nearly 20 minutes observing a flower, not analyzing it, not categorizing it, simply observing. Eventually, Daiichi asked, "What are you doing?" The monk replied, "Seeing." The answer seemed absurd. "Anyone can see a flower." The old man nodded. "Many people look." He smiled gently. "Very few actually see." That night, Daiichi reflected on the conversation. The monk possessed remarkably little formal education, yet there was something about him, a quality difficult to describe, a kind of spaciousness. The old man never seemed rushed, never seemed eager to prove anything, never seemed trapped by his own opinions. The professor began noticing how different this felt from his own mind. His thoughts constantly evaluated, compared, judged, categorized. Every experience became material for analysis, useful in some ways, exhausting in others. Weeks passed. One evening, they sat watching clouds move across the valley. Without warning, the monk asked, "What shape is that cloud?" The professor immediately answered, "A dragon." The monk nodded. A few moments later, he asked, "And now?" The cloud had shifted. "A horse." The monk smiled. "Interesting." Then they sat silently. Eventually, the old man spoke. "The cloud never became a dragon. It never became a horse. It simply changed." The professor listened. "We supplied the names." The words lingered. Suddenly he saw how often his mind operated this way. Reality appeared. Then labels followed. Good, bad, Success, failure, important, unimportant, wise, foolish. The labels arrived so quickly he rarely noticed them, like a man mistaking his map for the landscape. One rainy afternoon, the monk handed Daiichi a bowl. The bowl contained muddy water. Wait, nothing else, just wait. The professor sat holding the bowl. Minutes passed. Gradually the mud settled. The water became clear. When the monk returned, he asked, "What happened?" The mud settled. The monk nodded. "Did you force it?" "No." "Did you command it?" "No." The old man smiled. Some things become clear when left undisturbed. The lesson landed deeply. For years, Daiichi had attacked every question aggressively, thinking harder, analyzing more, studying longer. Yet perhaps some forms of understanding emerged only when the mind became still. Months passed. The professor changed in ways difficult to measure. He did not become less intelligent. He did not abandon learning. He did not stop reading. Instead, something softened. He became more curious, less certain, more willing to listen, less eager to prove. One morning, shortly before his departure, he asked the monk, "What is the most important thing you have taught me?" The old man considered carefully. Then he answered, "Nothing." Daiichi laughed. "Nothing?" The monk nodded. "I simply helped you empty the cup a little." The professor smiled, because now he understood. Wisdom was not merely collecting ideas, it was creating space for understanding. Knowledge filled shelves. Wisdom required openness. Knowledge accumulated. Wisdom listened. Knowledge often said, "I already know." Wisdom asked, "What am I missing?" On the day he left, the monk walked with him to the edge of the mountain path. The valley stretched below them. Birds moved through the morning sky. The world felt larger than it once had. Not because new information had been added, because space had been created. Before departing, Daiichi bowed deeply. "How will I know if my cup is becoming full again?" The old monk smiled. "You will start believing you already understand everything." The professor laughed. Then he began the journey home. Years later, his students noticed a remarkable change. The famous scholar still taught, still wrote, still studied. Yet now he listened more than he spoke, asked more questions than answers. And whenever a student became overly confident in their own knowledge, Daiichi would quietly serve tea, then tell a story about a cup, a kettle, and a mountain monk, because perhaps the greatest obstacle to wisdom is not ignorance. It is the belief that we already know. A full cup cannot receive. A closed hand cannot accept a gift. A certain mind cannot discover anything new. The Buddha often encouraged beginner's mind, a mind willing to see clearly rather than merely confirm what it already believes. Such a mind remains fresh, curious, flexible, alive. So when life offers a lesson, ask yourself, is there room in the cup, or has certainty already filled it? For sometimes the first step toward wisdom is not learning something new. It is creating enough emptiness for understanding to enter. Continuing along the path of Zen insight, we pause now to hear a teaching about perception and hidden value. Listen carefully to the next story. No one admired the pond. Visitors admired the mountains. They admired the waterfalls. They admired the ancient temple that stood on the hillside overlooking the valley. But the pond received little attention. It sat beyond the temple gardens, hidden behind a grove of willow trees. The water appeared dark, still, murky. Thick mud covered the bottom. In summer, insects hovered above its surface. In autumn, fallen leaves collected along its edges. To most people, it looked unimpressive. Some even considered it ugly. The monks rarely disagreed. They simply smiled, because they knew something the visitors did not. Every spring, the pond transformed. From the dark water emerged lotus flowers, pure white, soft pink, brilliant and beautiful. Their petals seemed untouched by the mud below. Visitors often gathered to admire them. Many wondered how something so beautiful could emerge from such murky water. The monks understood. That was precisely the lesson. Among the novices living at the temple was a young monk named Kenta. Kenta had not always imagined becoming a monk. As a child, he dreamed of many things: traveling, studying, building a successful life, perhaps even becoming a famous scholar. Then life changed. His father died unexpectedly. His family's financial situation collapsed. Several relatives argued bitterly over inheritance. Friends drifted away. The future he imagined disappeared. By the age of 19, Kenta felt broken, lost, directionless. The monastery offered refuge, food, shelter, silence. Most importantly, distance from the chaos he carried inside. Yet even after entering monastic life, peace did not arrive. His body sat in the temple. His mind remained trapped in the past. Every day, he compared his life to the life he believed he should have lived. Every day, he replayed disappointments. Every day, he asked the same question: why did this happen to me? Other novices seemed happier, more stable, more focused. Kenta felt damaged. One spring morning, after a particularly difficult meditation session, he walked alone through the temple grounds. The sky was grey. Rain threatened. His thoughts felt heavy. Eventually, he found himself standing beside the pond. The water looked especially dark that morning. Mud churned near the surface after several days of rain. The sight matched his mood perfectly. "Ugly," he muttered. An elderly monk standing nearby heard him. His name was Master Jen, the oldest monk in the monastery. He smiled. "The pond?" Kenta nodded. "Look at it." The old monk stepped closer. "What do you see?" "Mud." "What else?" "Dirty water." The old monk nodded, then pointed toward a single lotus bud emerging from the surface. "What about that?" Kenta glanced at it. The flower had not yet opened. "It isn't blooming yet." Master Jen smiled. "Neither are you." The young monk frowned. The answer irritated him. He had come seeking understanding, not riddles. The old monk seemed unconcerned. He simply walked away, leaving Kenta alone with the pond. Over the following weeks, spring deepened. The lotus bud slowly opened. Then another, then another. Soon, dozens of flowers covered parts of the pond. Visitors arrived to admire them. Many took long walks just to see the blossoms. Kenta found himself returning frequently, not because he loved flowers, because he couldn't stop thinking about the old monk's words. "Neither are you." One afternoon, while helping in the garden, he finally asked Master Jen directly, "What did you mean?" The old monk continued trimming a shrub. "The lotus. What about it?" "It grows from mud." Kenta nodded. "I know." The monk smiled. "Most people stop there." The young novice waited. The old monk continued. "The flower does not grow despite the mud. It grows because of it." Silence followed. Kenta frowned. The statement felt important, yet he didn't fully understand it. That evening, he sat beside the pond long after sunset. The lotus flowers rested silently upon the water. He thought about his life, his father's death, the financial struggles, the loneliness, the disappointments, all the experiences he wished had never happened. Mud, years of mud. The realization felt uncomfortable, because if Master Jen was correct, perhaps he had been viewing his life incorrectly. Several days later, another lesson arrived. A wealthy merchant visited the monastery. The man possessed everything Kenta once desired: fine clothing, influence, money, status. The novice found himself immediately jealous. For several days he observed the visitor. Then something surprising happened. The merchant requested a private conversation with the abbot. Afterward, rumors spread. The man was deeply unhappy. His marriage was failing. His children barely spoke to him. He suffered from constant anxiety. The wealth that appeared so attractive from a distance had not protected him from suffering. The realization unsettled Kenta. Pain, it seemed, visited everyone. Different forms, different circumstances, the same human experience. Several weeks later, Master Jen assigned him an unusual task. Each morning, Kenta was instructed to care for the lotus pond, removing debris, monitoring water levels, protecting the flowers from damage. At first, he considered the work boring. Then something changed. Day after day, he observed the flowers closely. He noticed how slowly they grew, how they pushed upward through murky water, how storms bent them without destroying them, how some blooms opened beautifully while others struggled. The pond became a teacher. One morning, he discovered a lotus flower damaged by insects. Several petals were torn. The blossom would never look perfect. His first instinct was disappointment. Then he paused. Despite the damage, the flower remained beautiful, not because it was flawless, because it was alive. The insight lingered. Months passed. Summer arrived. Kenta continued practicing, meditating, working, studying. Yet something subtle had shifted. His relationship with suffering began changing. He stopped asking, "Why did this happen to me?" Instead, he began asking, "What is this teaching me?" The difference was profound. One question led to resentment. The other led to curiosity. Life did not become easier, but it became more meaningful. Several years later, a severe drought struck the region. The temple suffered along with everyone else. Water became scarce. Gardens withered, crops struggled. Even the lotus pond shrank noticeably. Many monks worried. Some feared the flowers would disappear entirely. Yet when the following spring arrived, something remarkable happened. The lotus blossoms returned, fewer than before, but stronger. Their roots had survived beneath the surface, waiting patiently. Kenta stood beside the pond watching them emerge. Suddenly, he understood something he had been slowly learning for years. Resilience is often invisible. People assume strength looks dramatic, powerful, obvious. But real resilience often looks quiet. Roots surviving winter, seeds waiting beneath soil, a lotus growing through mud. Years continued passing. Kenta eventually became a teacher. Students frequently sought his guidance, especially those experiencing difficulties. One young novice arrived after losing both parents within a short period. The grief overwhelmed him. Life felt unfair, meaningless, broken. Kenta listened carefully, then led the novice to the pond. By now, it was famous throughout the region. Hundreds of lotus flowers bloomed each spring. They stood quietly beside the water. After several minutes, the novice asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Kenta pointed toward a flower. "What do you see?" "A lotus." "What else?" The young man shrugged. "Nothing." Kenta smiled. "Most people see a flower." He pointed toward the dark water. "I see the mud too." The novice remained silent. The teacher continued. "The flower is beautiful. The mud is not. Yet they belong to the same story. The young man stared at the pond. Something softened in his expression. Not healing, not yet, but perhaps the beginning of healing. Years later, Kenta himself grew old. His hair turned grey, his movements slowed. The pond remained. Each spring, lotus flowers continued blooming. Generation after generation, student after student, lesson after lesson. One evening, while sitting beside the water at sunset, a visitor asked him, "What is the greatest lesson the lotus teaches?" Kenta reflected carefully, then answered, "That suffering is not always an obstacle." The visitor looked surprised. "What do you mean?" The old monk smiled. "Many people spend their lives wishing the mud had never existed." He looked across the pond. "But without the mud, there is no lotus." The wind moved gently across the water. The flowers swayed slightly. The visitor remained thoughtful. And perhaps that is the lesson. Most people want growth without difficulty, wisdom without confusion, strength without struggle, compassion without heartbreak, patience without waiting. Yet life rarely works that way. The experiences we resist often become the very conditions that help us grow. Loss can deepen empathy. Failure can create humility. Loneliness can reveal connection. Hardship can uncover resilience. This does not mean suffering is good, nor does it mean we should seek it. The mud is still mud. Pain is still pain. Grief is still grief. But the lotus reminds us of something hopeful. We are not defined solely by what happens to us. We are also shaped by how we grow through it. The Buddha himself taught that awakening often begins by facing suffering honestly, not avoiding it, not denying it, not pretending it isn't there. The lotus never escapes the mud. It grows through it, and perhaps we can too. So when life feels difficult, remember the pond. Remember the dark water, remember the unseen roots beneath the surface, and remember the flower. Because some of the most beautiful qualities a human being can develop are not born from comfort. They are born from adversity met with wisdom. Just as the lotus rises from the mud without being stained by it, we too can emerge from life's difficulties carrying compassion, understanding, and strength, not despite the mud, but because we learned how to grow through it. The village of Nandara sat between a dense forest and a wide river. The people there lived simple lives. They farmed, fished, raised families, shared stories beside evening fires. Most days passed peacefully, yet like all villages, Nandara carried its share of fears. Fear of drought, fear of illness, fear of loss, fear of the unknown. The villagers rarely spoke about fear directly. Instead, they spoke about dangers, threats, possibilities, warnings. But beneath many conversations, fear quietly shaped the way people saw the world. Among the villagers lived a young man named Toma. Toma was intelligent, hard-working, and cautious. Very cautious. Some people called him wise, others called him anxious. The difference was often difficult to see. Toma believed caution kept him safe, so he questioned everything, double-checked everything, prepared for every possibility. He imagined dangers before they arrived. He planned responses before they were needed. The habit helped him sometimes, but it also exhausted him. His mind rarely rested. Every shadow contained risk. Every uncertainty contained threat. Every unfamiliar situation demanded suspicion. Though he appeared calm on the outside, his thoughts often raced beneath the surface. One evening, after visiting a neighboring village, Toma began walking home through the forest path. The route was familiar. He had traveled it many times. The sun had already disappeared. Twilight filled the trees. Long shadows stretched across the ground. Birdsong faded. The forest grew quiet. Toma quickened his pace. Not because he feared the forest. At least, that is what he told himself. The path curved around a large boulder, then continued downhill toward the village. As he rounded the bend, something caught his eye. A snake, large, dark, coiled directly across the path. Toma froze. His heart slammed against his chest. His breathing stopped. The world narrowed instantly. Snake, danger, run. Every instinct activated. The creature appeared enormous, its body thick, its shape unmistakable. Toma stepped backward carefully. Then another step. His pulse hammered. The forest suddenly felt hostile. Every sound seemed threatening. The fading light made everything worse. He stared at the snake. The snake remained motionless. Minutes passed. The creature did not move. Neither did Toma. Fear held them both in place. Eventually, the young man abandoned the path entirely. He turned around, took a much longer route home. By the time he reached the village, darkness had fully arrived. His family immediately noticed something was wrong. What happened? Toma described the encounter. The enormous snake, the dangerous location, the narrow escape. The story spread quickly. By morning, everyone knew. Several villagers decided to avoid the path entirely. Others carried sticks for protection. Parents warned children. Fear multiplied, not because anyone had seen the snake themselves, because someone else had. The following afternoon, an elderly monk named Genkai arrived in the village. He often traveled between monasteries, offering teachings wherever people invited him. The villagers welcomed him warmly. During dinner, someone mentioned the snake. Several people described its size. Others added details. The story grew slightly with each retelling. Genkai listened quietly, then asked, "Has anyone seen it today?" Silence. The villagers exchanged glances. Finally, someone answered, "No." The monk nodded. Interesting. The next morning, Genkai walked toward the forest path. Several villagers tried to stop him. The snake might still be there. The route was dangerous. The monk smiled, then continued anyway. Curiosity eventually persuaded Toma to accompany him. The young man remained nervous throughout the journey. His eyes constantly scanned the undergrowth. Every rustling leaf captured his attention. The memory of the previous evening remained vivid. Eventually, they reached the bend in the path. Toma stopped immediately. "There," he pointed. The snake remained exactly where he remembered it. Dark, coiled, dangerous. The monk looked carefully, then calmly walked forward. Toma nearly shouted. "Stop!" Genkai continued. The young man watched in horror. The monk reached the snake, bent down, then lifted it from the ground. Toma stared, speechless. The snake dangled harmlessly from the monk's hands. Because it was not a snake, it was a rope. Old, weathered, darkened by rain and dirt, but undeniably a rope. The realization struck like lightning. Toma stood frozen. His fear had felt completely real. His racing heart, his panic, his certainty, all real. Yet the snake never existed. Only the rope existed. The monk smiled gently. "What frightened you?" Toma swallowed hard. "The rope." Genkai shook his head. "No." The young man frowned. "What do you mean?" The monk laid the rope beside the path. The rope caused confusion. He looked kindly at Toma. "Your mind created the snake." The words lingered long after they returned to the village. For several days, Toma could think of little else. His fear had been genuine. Yet its object had been imaginary. How many other fears operated the same way? The question unsettled him, because he suspected the answer might be uncomfortable. Weeks later, another incident occurred. A merchant failed to arrive when expected. Toma immediately imagined problems: accidents, robbery, disaster. The familiar cycle began. Then he remembered the rope. He paused, took a breath, and waited. The merchant arrived the next morning, delayed by rain, nothing more. Again, the mind had created a snake. Months passed, the lesson deepened. One day, a friend failed to return a greeting. Toma instantly assumed offense. Perhaps the friendship had changed. Perhaps resentment existed. Perhaps something was wrong. Then he remembered the rope. The following day, he discovered the friend simply hadn't heard him. Another snake vanished. The pattern appeared everywhere. A strange pain became a serious illness. Until it wasn't. A delayed letter became terrible news. Until it wasn't. An uncertain future became certain catastrophe. Until it wasn't. Again and again, the mind filled gaps with fear. The rope became a snake. One winter evening, Toma visited Genkai. The monk sat beside a fire drinking tea. "I keep finding ropes." The old monk laughed. "Good." The young man smiled. "I didn't realize how many snakes I carried." The monk nodded. "Most people don't." Silence settled between them. The fire crackled softly. Finally, Toma asked, "Why does the mind do this?" Genkai looked thoughtfully into the flames. "Because uncertainty is uncomfortable," the monk continued. "When information is incomplete, the mind often invents a story." Toma nodded. "And fear writes very convincing stories." The old monk smiled. "Exactly." Years passed. The teaching transformed Toma's life. Not because fear disappeared. Fear remained. Fear still served important purposes. Real dangers existed. Real problems occurred. Real suffering happened. The lesson was not that fear is always wrong. The lesson was to investigate before believing it completely. One spring, a severe drought threatened the region. Many villagers panicked immediately. Predictions spread. Rumors multiplied. Disaster seemed inevitable. Toma listened carefully, then remembered the rope. The drought was real. But many conclusions surrounding it were assumptions. No one knew the future. Preparations were wise. Panic was not. The distinction helped many people remain calm. Years later, Toma became known as a wise advisor. Young people often sought his guidance. One afternoon, a frightened student arrived. "I think everything is going wrong." The young man described work problems, relationship concerns, financial worries, health fears, an endless collection of anxieties. Toma listened patiently, then asked, "Which of these are happening right now?" The student paused. Several concerns were real. Many were possibilities. Others were pure imagination. The realization slowly appeared. The old teacher smiled, then shared the story of the rope. The student laughed, then grew thoughtful, then quiet, because everyone eventually discovers their own ropes. Late in life, Toma returned to the forest path. The trees had grown taller. The village had changed. Many people from the original story were gone. The path remained. The bend remained. The memory remained. He stood where he once froze in terror. The place looked ordinary, peaceful, almost beautiful. The irony made him smile. For a while he simply listened. Wind moving through leaves, birds calling in the distance, water flowing somewhere beyond the trees. Then he remembered something important. The fear had been real. The snake had not. That distinction mattered. Many people dismiss fear entirely after discovering an illusion. The Buddha's teaching was more subtle. The suffering was real. The experience was real. The misunderstanding was real. Only the snake was false. And perhaps that is the lesson. Much of human suffering arises not from reality itself, but from mistaken perception. We imagine rejection where none exists, failure where none exists, danger where none exists. We create stories, then react to those stories as though they are facts. The rope becomes a snake, the shadow becomes a threat, the uncertainty becomes a catastrophe. Wisdom does not require eliminating fear. Wisdom requires seeing clearly, looking again, investigating, questioning assumptions. The Buddha often taught that clear seeing dissolves many forms of suffering naturally, not through force, not through denial, through understanding. The rope remains a rope, the snake disappears, and with it, much unnecessary fear. So the next time anxiety appears, pause. Look carefully. Ask yourself, what do I actually know? What am I assuming? What is the rope? What is the snake? Because sometimes the thing that frightens us most exists only in the darkness of misunderstanding. And a little light changes everything. As we drift deeper into the still waters of Zen, a quiet teaching begins to rise, one that speaks of clarity and of value not always seen. Listen gently now. The next story begins. The sea had fed the village for generations. Every morning before sunrise, while the sky was still dark blue and the stars had not yet faded, the fishermen of Minato carried their nets to the shore. They pushed their boats into the water. They listened to the waves. They checked the wind. Then, one by one, they rowed out into the open sea. Some days, the sea was generous. The boats returned low in the water, heavy with fish. Children ran along the shore laughing. Women prepared baskets. Merchants counted coins. Families ate well. Other days, the sea gave very little. A few small fish, a torn net, an aching back, a long silence. But the villagers understood something important. The sea could be worked with. It could be respected. It could be learned from. But it could never be owned. Among the fishermen lived a man named Daisuke. When Daisuke was young, he was known for his bright spirit. He was not the richest fisherman. He did not own the largest boat. His nets were patched in several places. His house was small, yet he seemed deeply happy. If he returned with 10 fish, he smiled. If he returned with 3, he smiled. If a storm forced him to stay home, he helped repair boats or drank tea with the elders near the harbour. People liked being around him. His laughter came easily. His gratitude was natural. Every evening, he ate with his wife, Hana, and their young daughter, Emi, in a small house near the water. Their meals were simple: rice, fish, vegetables, tea, sometimes fruit if the market had been kind. Before eating, Daisuke always looked at the table and said, "Enough." Hana would smile. Emi would repeat the word proudly, "Enough." And for many years, it truly was. Then, slowly, comparison entered his life. It did not arrive like a storm. It arrived like a small leak in a boat, quiet, easy to ignore, dangerous over time. One fisherman bought a larger boat. Another built a bigger house. A third began selling fish to merchants in the city and returned wearing finer clothes. At first, Daisuke felt happy for them, then curious, then restless. One evening, after passing a neighbor's newly built home, he looked at his own small house differently. The walls seemed thinner than before. The roof seemed older. The table seemed poorer. Nothing had changed, except his seeing. That night, When Hana placed dinner before him, she waited for the familiar word, enough. But Daisuke said nothing. He only looked down at the meal. Hana noticed. What is it? He shook his head. Nothing. But it was not nothing. A new thought had entered him. Maybe this is not enough. From that day forward, the thought grew. When his catch was small, he felt ashamed. When his catch was large, he wondered why it was not larger. When neighbors succeeded, their happiness felt like an accusation. When others praised his work, he barely heard them. He began rising earlier, returning later, repairing nets late into the night. Hana admired his effort at first, then worried. "You work as though something is chasing you," she said one evening. Daisuke laughed. "I am only trying to improve our life. Our life is not bad." I did not say it was, but his voice was sharp, sharper than he intended. Hana said nothing more. Outside, the waves moved gently against the shore. Inside, something less gentle had begun moving through his heart. One morning, rumors spread through the village. A golden fish had been seen beyond the western reef. Not golden in the way ordinary fish flash beneath sunlight, truly golden. Its scales shone like coins. Its fins moved like silk. An old fisherman claimed he had seen it leap from the water at dawn, glowing brighter than the sunrise. Another said it was no ordinary fish, but a blessing from the sea. A merchant claimed that nobles in the city would pay a fortune for such a creature. By sunset, the entire village was talking. Some laughed, some doubted, some dreamed. Daisuke listened silently, but inside him, something awakened. A golden fish, one catch, one miracle, one moment that could change everything. That night, he could not sleep. He imagined the fish in his net. He imagined merchants gathering around him. He imagined coins spilling across his table. A larger boat, a larger house, finer clothing for Hana, a better future for Emi, respect, security, admiration, more. The word glowed inside him. More. The next morning, he rowed toward the western reef. He told Hana he was simply trying a new fishing area, but he knew the truth. He was searching. For hours he watched the water. Every flash beneath the surface made his heart leap. Every wave became a possibility. Every shadow seemed promising. But the golden fish did not appear. He returned with only 4 ordinary fish, a catch he once would have accepted with gratitude. Now it felt like failure. Days passed, then weeks. Daisuke searched constantly. He ignored familiar fishing grounds. He stopped listening to older fishermen who knew the currents. He neglected ordinary catches because ordinary fish no longer interested him. His income declined. His patience declined faster. Hana tried to speak with him. "Daisuke, we have less food than before. I know. You are chasing a rumor. I am chasing an opportunity. At what cost?" He turned away. That question angered him because he did not want to answer it. At the harbor, an elderly fisherman named Hiro watched him carefully. Hiro had fished the sea for more than 50 years. His boat was small, his hands rough, his face deeply lined from sun and salt, but his eyes were peaceful. One evening, Hiro found Daisuke repairing a net with unnecessary force. "You are angry at the net," the old man said. Daisuke looked up. "The net keeps tearing." "Perhaps it is tired of chasing dreams." Daisuke frowned. "I do not need riddles." Hiro sat beside him anyway. For a while, neither spoke. Then the old fisherman asked, "What are you truly trying to catch?" "The golden fish." Hiro nodded. "And after that?" Daisuke paused. "What do you mean? If you catch it, what then?" "I sell it." And then, I buy a better boat. And then, a better house. And then, Daisuke grew irritated. Then life is better. Hiro looked toward the sea. For how long? The question lingered. Daisuke hated it, so he returned to his net. The old fisherman stood. Before leaving, he said, "A hungry heart can swallow the whole sea and still call itself empty." Daisuke pretended not to hear, but he heard. The following month, the obsession deepened. Daisuke dreamed of the golden fish almost every night. Sometimes he caught it. Sometimes it slipped away. Sometimes it spoke with a human voice and said, "Not yet." He woke exhausted. During the day, he became distracted. He missed small joys. Emmy showing him a shell she found. Hana preparing his favorite soup. The moon rising silver over the harbor. Everything ordinary became background. The golden fish became foreground. One afternoon, after returning with an empty net, he saw Hiro sitting calmly beside his boat. The old man's net was empty too. Daisuke laughed bitterly. "Bad day." Hiro looked at the empty net. "Only if I expected the sea to obey me." "That does not bother you." "Sometimes." "Then why do you look peaceful?" Hiro smiled. "Because an empty net is not an empty life." The answer annoyed Daisuke. He walked away. But later that night, while lying awake, he remembered it. An empty net is not an empty life. He looked toward his sleeping wife, then toward the small room where Emmy rested. For one brief moment, he almost understood. Then the image of the golden fish returned, and the understanding disappeared. One morning, after a night of heavy rain, Daisuke rowed farther than ever before. The sky was grey, the water dark, mist hovered above the sea. Other fishermen stayed closer to shore, not Daisuke. He rowed beyond the western reef, beyond the familiar currents, beyond caution. Hours passed, the sea was strangely still. Then he saw it, a flash, gold beneath the water. His breath stopped. There it was. The golden fish moved below his boat like a living flame. Its scales shimmered even beneath the cloudy sky. Daisuke's hands trembled. Everything he had imagined seemed suddenly possible. He cast his net. The fish darted away. He pulled the net back, cast it again, missed, again. The fish circled, always just beyond reach. The chase consumed him completely. He no longer noticed the sky darkening, no longer noticed the wind changing, no longer noticed how far he had drifted. There was only the fish, gold, promise, future, more. At last, the net tightened. Daisuke cried out. He pulled with all his strength. The weight was enormous. The boat rocked. Rain began falling. He pulled harder. For one wild moment, he believed he had done it. The golden fish was his. The future was his. Happiness was his. Then the net tore. The weight vanished. Daisuke fell backward into the boat. The sea foamed around him. The golden flash disappeared beneath the waves. Gone. A storm arrived quickly, too quickly. Waves rose. Wind struck the boat. Rain blinded him. For the first time that day, fear replaced desire. He grabbed the oars and tried to turn back, but he had drifted far, too far. The sea he had ignored now demanded his attention. For hours, he fought to return. By the time he reached the harbour, night had fallen. Hana stood on the shore with several villagers. Her face was pale with fear. Emmy clung to her robe. When Daisuke stepped from the boat, soaked and shaking, Hana ran to him. For a moment, he expected anger. Instead, she embraced him. "You came back," she whispered. Something broke inside him. Not loudly, not dramatically, quietly. Because for one moment he saw clearly. He had almost traded this embrace for a fish. That night, he sat awake beside the cold hearth. His body ached. His hands were cut from the ropes. His net was ruined. His catch was gone. The golden fish was gone. But the worst part was not the loss. It was the realization. He had been losing long before the storm. Losing meals, losing laughter, losing peace, losing the ability to say enough. The next morning, he carried his torn net to Hiro. The old fisherman was sitting beside the harbour, as if waiting. Daisuke placed the net down. "I saw it," Hiro nodded. "The golden fish?" "Yes. And? I almost caught it." The old man looked at him carefully. "Almost?" Daisuke lowered his head. "It tore the net." Hiro said nothing. Daisuke continued. "I thought catching it would make my life full." His voice grew quieter, but chasing it made everything empty. The old fisherman's face softened. For a long time, they listened to the waves. Then Hiro said, "The fish was never the problem." Daisuke nodded slowly. "My wanting was." "Not wanting," Hiro corrected gently. "Craving." Daisuke looked at him. Hiro continued. "Wanting can guide a life. Craving consumes it." The words entered him deeply. The old man picked up the torn net. Contentment does not mean refusing to fish. It means knowing the value of what is already in the boat. Daisuke covered his face with his hands. For the first time in many months, he wept. Not for the golden fish, for himself, for the man he had become, for the simple joy he had abandoned. The healing did not happen immediately. Deep habits rarely disappear in one day. For weeks, Daisuke still looked toward the western reef. Part of him wondered if the fish would appear again. Part of him wanted to search. But each time the craving rose, he practiced pausing. He looked at the boat beneath him, the net in his hands, the morning sky, the water, his breath. "Enough," he whispered. At first the word felt forced, then familiar, then true. One evening, after returning with a modest catch, he placed dinner on the table. Rice, vegetables, fish, tea, nothing extraordinary. Hana watched him carefully. Emi looked at the food. For a long moment, silence filled the room. Then Daisuke smiled softly and said, "Enough." Hana's eyes filled with tears. Emi repeated the word, "Enough." And this time, Daisuke felt it. Years passed. The story of the golden fish continued spreading through the village. Some claimed it was real, others called it imagination. Daisuke never argued either way. He knew what he had seen, but he also knew the fish itself mattered less than what it revealed. From time to time, younger fishermen asked him about it. One ambitious young man once said, "If I saw it, I would catch it." Daisuke smiled. "Perhaps. You would not try again?" The older fisherman looked toward the sea, then answered, "I still fish." "But not for that?" Daisuke paused. "I fish for what the sea gives." The young man frowned. "That sounds small." Daisuke laughed gently. "It only sounds small to a hungry mind." Late in life, Daisuke often sat beside Hiro's old place near the harbour. Hiro had passed away years before, but his words remained like stones worn smooth by waves. An empty net is not an empty life. A hungry heart can swallow the whole sea and still call itself empty. Wanting can guide a life. Craving consumes it. Daisuke understood them now, not as clever sayings, as lived truth. One sunset, Emi, now grown, sat beside him. She had a child of her own. The little boy played with shells near the water. Emi looked at her father. "Do you regret chasing it?" Daisuke watched the sea. For a long time he said nothing. Then he answered, "Yes." She waited. "And no." Emi smiled slightly. "That sounds like something old Hiro would say." Daisuke laughed. Perhaps he finally taught me. He looked toward the horizon. I regret the pain I caused, the time I lost, the way I forgot what mattered. He paused. But if I had never chased the golden fish, perhaps I would never have seen the emptiness in my own heart. The waves moved gently against the shore, so even that became a teacher. As darkness settled, the sea reflected the first stars. The boy ran toward them, holding a small shell. "Grandfather, look!" Daisuke took it carefully. It was ordinary, brown and white, chipped along one edge, the kind of shell he had ignored thousands of times. But this time he looked closely. Its spiral, its smoothness, its quiet beauty. He smiled. Beautiful. The child beamed. And in that simple moment, Daisuke felt richer than he ever had while dreaming of gold. And perhaps that is the lesson. Greed rarely begins as greed. It begins as comparison, as restlessness, as the thought that what we have is not enough because someone else appears to have more. Then craving enters. It promises happiness later, after the next catch, after the next purchase, after the next achievement, after the golden fish. But the promise keeps moving. The Buddha taught that craving is one of the roots of suffering. Not because desire itself is evil. Desire can help us grow, learn, build, and care. But craving is different. Craving says, "This moment is worthless unless it gives me what I want. This life is incomplete unless I possess what I lack. This ordinary blessing does not matter because something greater might be out there. And so the net may be full, yet the heart feels empty." Contentment is not laziness. It is not giving up. It is not refusing improvement. Contentment is the ability to see clearly what is already here: the meal, the home, the breath, the people who love us, the ordinary catch, the morning sea. Enough. A person may still fish, still work, still dream, still grow, but without letting craving devour the present. The golden fish may exist, or it may not. But either way, a life spent chasing it can become poorer than a life lived gratefully with ordinary fish. So when your mind says more, pause. Look into your net. Look around your table. Look at the people beside you. Ask gently, is my life truly empty? Or have I simply forgotten how to see what is already here? For sometimes the greatest treasure is not the golden fish we finally catch. It is the quiet freedom of no longer needing it to feel whole. With each breath, we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen, where the smallest stone may hold the greatest truth. Here starts the next story. Far beyond the great rivers and trade roads, hidden between steep mountains, stood a small village known as Echo Valley. The village itself was ordinary. Simple wooden homes, terraced fields, a winding stream, a stone bridge crossing the water. Nothing about it seemed unusual, yet travelers remembered it long after they left, not because of the scenery, because of the echoes. The mountains surrounding the valley created a strange phenomenon. Every sound returned, not once, many times. A shout could bounce between cliffs for nearly a minute. Laughter traveled across hills. Songs lingered in the air long after they ended. Children loved the echoes. Visitors found them amusing. The villagers grew accustomed to them. Most barely noticed anymore, except for an old teacher named Jinen. He often told the children, "The mountains are trying to teach you something." The children usually laughed. "What are they teaching?" Jinen would smile. Listen carefully. The answer never satisfied them, but he never offered another. Among the children growing up in the village was a boy named Riku, bright, energetic, restless, always moving, always talking. always looking for excitement. Riku possessed many good qualities: generosity, courage, curiosity. Yet he also had a habit that created problems. He acted before thinking. Words escaped his mouth before wisdom caught them. Actions happened before consequences entered his mind. The pattern caused trouble constantly. One day, he mocked another child. The words spread quickly. Friendships suffered. Another day, he broke a tool while showing off. Someone else had to repair it. Another day, he lied to avoid punishment. The lie created even larger problems. Again and again, the same cycle repeated. Action first, consequences later. The distance between the two prevented learning, at least for a while. One afternoon, Riku wandered into the hills with several friends. The children climbed rocks, explored caves, played games. Eventually, they reached a cliff overlooking the valley. The location was famous for its echoes. Anything shouted from that spot returned louder than expected. One of the boys cupped his hands around his mouth. "Hello!" the mountains answered. "Hello! Hello! Hello!" The children laughed. Another shouted, "Good morning!" The greeting returned repeatedly. "Good morning, good morning, good morning." Then Riku had an idea, a mischievous one. He shouted an insult, a cruel insult directed toward another child in the village. The words bounced across the mountains, returning again and again and again. The children laughed, except one, a quiet girl named Hana. She frowned. That wasn't nice. Riku shrugged. It was only a joke. The answer ended the conversation, but not the lesson. The following morning, trouble appeared. The insult had traveled farther than expected. Several people heard it, including the child it targeted. Feelings were hurt. Arguments followed. Parents became involved. What began as a moment of amusement created several days of conflict. Riku felt frustrated. It was only words. His mother looked at him carefully. Words are never only words. The answer annoyed him, mostly because he didn't understand it. Several weeks later, the harvest season began. Everyone in the village helped. Children carried baskets. Adults worked the fields. The entire community participated. One afternoon, while gathering vegetables, Riku grew bored. Very bored. The work felt repetitive, slow, uninteresting. While no one watched, he began cutting corners, skipping tasks, leaving small sections unfinished. After all, who would notice? The missing work seemed insignificant. One small area, then another, then another. At sunset, he returned home satisfied. He had finished early, avoided effort, and escaped consequences. Or so he thought. Several days later, problems emerged. The unfinished sections attracted pests. The pests spread. Damage increased. Extra labor became necessary. The entire village spent time fixing problems that never needed to exist. Again, a small action produced larger consequences. Again, Riku failed to connect the two, at least initially. One evening, after hearing about the situation, old Jinen approached him. The teacher carried a walking stick carved from mountain cedar. His hair was white, his movements slow, yet his eyes remained remarkably alert. The old man sat beside the boy. For a while, neither spoke. Then Jinen asked, "Have you ever noticed how echoes work?" Riku groaned. Everyone knows how echoes work. The teacher smiled. Do they? The boy rolled his eyes. You make a sound. It comes back. The old man nodded. A useful observation. Then he asked, "What happens if you shout kindness?" The answer seemed obvious. Kindness comes back. What happens if you shout anger? Anger comes back. The teacher smiled. Interesting. The conversation ended, at least externally. The lesson had only begun. Winter arrived early that year. Snow covered the valley. The fields rested beneath white blankets. Life slowed. One afternoon, a fierce storm trapped several travelers near the village. The weather became dangerous. Visibility disappeared. Temperatures dropped. The villagers organized help immediately. Food, shelter, blankets. Everyone contributed, including Riku. At first, he participated reluctantly. Then something unexpected happened. One of the travelers recognized him. Several years earlier, Riku's family had helped the man's family during a difficult time. The traveler remembered, clearly, deeply. He spoke about it with gratitude. The boy listened carefully. The event happened years ago, yet its effects continued. Like an echo, the realization struck him. Good actions return too, not always immediately, not always predictably, but they returned. The lesson deepened over the following months. Riku began noticing patterns. A kind word often led to another. Patience created trust. Trust created friendship. Friendship created support. Small actions rippled outward, farther than expected. The same proved true of negative actions. A careless comment created resentment. Resentment created distance. Distance created misunderstanding. The chain continued. The world suddenly appeared more connected than before, like a pond disturbed by a single stone. One spring morning, Jinen invited him on a walk. They followed a mountain trail overlooking the valley. Birds sang. Wildflowers bloomed. The air felt fresh. Eventually, they reached the famous Echo Cliff, the same location where Riku once shouted insults. The teacher stopped, then handed him a small stone. "What should I do with it?" The old man pointed toward a still pond below. Riku dropped the stone. Ripples spread outward, circle after circle, touching the entire surface. The teacher smiled. "Did the stone intend that?" The boy shook his head. "No, yet it happened." The old man nodded, then pointed toward the mountains. "Now shout something." Riku thought carefully, then cupped his hands. "Thank you!" The mountains answered. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The echoes drifted across the valley. The teacher smiled. Life works similarly. The lesson finally landed, not intellectually, directly, deeply, completely. The years passed. Riku grew older, wiser, not perfect. No one is, yet more aware. Before speaking, he paused more often. Before acting, he considered consequences, not because he feared punishment, because he understood connection. Every action entered the world, then continued traveling, sometimes visibly, sometimes invisibly, but rarely ending where it began. One summer, a younger child approached him. The boy looked upset. A friend had betrayed him. An argument had occurred. Harsh words had been exchanged. The situation felt hopeless. Riku listened carefully, then told him about echoes. The child looked confused, just as he once had. Riku smiled. Understanding arrives when it is ready. Years later, after becoming one of the village leaders, Riku helped resolve disputes regularly. Whenever conflicts emerged, he noticed something interesting. Most problems began long before people realized. A careless word, a neglected kindness, an unexamined action. The visible conflict represented only the final echo. The original sound happened much earlier. The insight made him patient and compassionate, because everyone created echoes. Everyone. The wise simply learned to listen for them sooner. Late in life, Riku often visited the cliff overlooking the valley. The mountains remained unchanged. The echoes remained strong. One evening, while watching the sunset, he remembered the boy he once was. Impulsive, careless. Certain consequences belonged to someone else. The memory made him smile, then laugh softly. The mountains answered, "Laugh softly, laugh softly, laugh softly." The sound drifted across the valley, gentle, warm, kind, a fitting echo. And perhaps that is the lesson. The Buddha taught karma not as punishment or reward, not as cosmic bookkeeping, but as cause and effect. Actions create consequences. Intentions shape outcomes. The Village of Echoes reminds us that life continuously reflects what we send into it. Words matter, actions matter, choices matter, because nothing exists in isolation. Every act becomes a cause. Every cause becomes a condition. Every condition influences what follows. Like an echo moving through mountains, like ripples spreading across water, the effects often travel farther than expected, longer than expected, sometimes returning years later. This truth can feel intimidating, but it is also hopeful, because kindness echoes too, generosity echoes too, patience echoes too, compassion echoes too. The smallest action may influence lives we never meet. The smallest kindness may continue long after we forget it. So before shouting into the valley of life, pause. Consider what you wish to hear returning. For sooner or later, the mountains answer, and the echoes always come home. Far beyond the great rivers and fertile valleys, hidden among mist-covered mountains, there stood an ancient monastery few people knew existed. The path leading there was narrow and winding. Travelers who attempted the journey often turned back long before reaching the summit. The climb was steep. The weather changed without warning. Fog frequently covered the mountainsides, hiding the trail from view. Yet those who persevered eventually discovered something remarkable. The monastery seemed to emerge directly from the clouds. Its wooden halls rested upon stone foundations carved centuries earlier. Prayer flags fluttered gently in the mountain wind. Pine trees surrounded the buildings like silent guardians. The entire place felt timeless, as though the world below belonged to another age. Among the monks who lived there was a young novice named Kaito. Unlike many of the others, Kaito had not arrived seeking enlightenment. He had arrived seeking escape. Years earlier, his family had been respected merchants in a prosperous town. But fortunes change. Business declined. Debts accumulated. Arguments grew frequent. By the time Kaito reached adulthood, the home he once loved felt filled with disappointment and regret. Everywhere he looked, he saw failure. His father's bitterness, his mother's exhaustion, his own growing frustration. Eventually he left, partly to find peace, partly to find answers, partly because he no longer knew who he was. The monastery welcomed him kindly. Life there was simple. Wake before dawn, meditate, work, eat, study, sleep, repeat. At first, Kaito found comfort in the routine. The silence soothed him. The mountain air felt clean. The distance from his former life brought relief. Yet after several months, something unexpected happened. The peace he sought did not fully arrive. The noise outside had disappeared, but the noise inside remained. Old memories continued visiting him. Regrets resurfaced. Embarrassing moments replayed endlessly in his mind. Arguments from years earlier still triggered anger. Failures still triggered shame. Sometimes during meditation, he felt more disturbed than before. One evening, after a particularly difficult meditation session, he approached the monastery's elder teacher. The monk was known simply as Master Haku. He was old enough that nobody remembered exactly when he had arrived. Some said he had lived at the monastery for 50 years. Others claimed even longer. Nobody knew for certain. What everyone agreed upon was this. Master Haku possessed an unusual calmness. Nothing seemed capable of disturbing him. Not storms, not criticism, not praise, not success, not failure. His presence felt like a still lake, untouched by wind. Kaito bowed respectfully. "Master, may I ask a question?" "Of course." The young monk hesitated. Then the words came rushing out. "I thought coming here would bring peace." Haku nodded, "But my mind remains restless." The old monk listened. "I still feel anger. I still feel fear. I still feel sadness. I still feel regret." Kaito lowered his eyes. "Sometimes I wonder whether I'm simply incapable of finding peace." For several moments, Haku said nothing. Then he stood. "Come." They walked through the monastery grounds. The evening sun was beginning to disappear behind the mountains. Long shadows stretched across the stone pathways. The air smelled faintly of cedar and rain. Eventually, they arrived at a small storage building seldom visited by anyone. The structure was old, very old. Dust covered the windows. Spider webs occupied the corners. The wooden door creaked loudly when opened. Inside, forgotten objects filled the room. Broken lanterns, old tools, discarded furniture, boxes whose contents nobody seemed to remember. Haku led Kaito toward the back of the building. There, leaning against a wall, stood a large mirror. At least, it appeared to be a mirror. It was difficult to tell. The surface was covered with years of dust. Thick layers obscured nearly everything. Kaito could barely see his reflection. The old monk pointed toward it. "What do you see?" "A dirty mirror." Haku nodded. Then he handed Kaito a cloth. "Clean it." The task seemed strange, yet Kaito obeyed. He began wiping away the dust. Slowly, patiently. The first few strokes changed almost nothing. The dust was stubborn. Years of neglect had accumulated. But gradually, the surface beneath began to emerge. Small patches reflected light. Tiny sections revealed fragments of his face. Kaito continued working, minute after minute. Dust filled the air around him. His arms grew tired. Still he continued. As more of the mirror appeared, something remarkable happened. The reflection became clearer, not because the mirror itself had changed, but because what covered it was being removed. Eventually, the entire surface shone. For the first time, Kaito could see himself clearly. The mirror reflected everything perfectly. The room, the light, the old monk standing nearby. Even the smallest details appeared effortlessly. Haku smiled. "Now tell me, what do you see?" "A mirror." "Is it different from before?" Kaito considered the question. "Not really. The mirror was always there." The old monk nodded. "Exactly." The two sat quietly beside the mirror. The evening light continued fading. The room grew softer and darker. Finally, Haku spoke. "Most people spend their lives believing they are the dust." Kaito listened carefully. "They identify with every fear, every regret, every painful memory, every passing thought." The old monk gently touched the edge of the mirror. "But those things are not what you truly are." The words lingered in the silence. Kaito felt something stir within him, yet he was not entirely sure he understood. The old monk continued. "The mind naturally produces thoughts. It produces fears. It produces desires. It produces stories. That is its nature." He looked toward the mirror. "But awareness itself remains untouched." Kaito frowned slightly. "Like the mirror?" Exactly. The old monk smiled. The mirror reflects storms, but it is not the storm. It reflects sunlight, but it is not the sunlight. It reflects faces, but it is not the faces. The room became quiet again. Outside, the wind moved gently through the pines. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang softly. For the first time, Kaito sensed what the old monk was pointing toward. Not an idea, not a theory. Something deeper, something difficult to describe. That night, during meditation, Kaito tried an experiment. Instead of fighting his thoughts, he simply observed them. A memory appeared. He watched it. A fear appeared. He watched it. An irritation appeared. He watched it. Each thought arrived. Each thought remained briefly. Each thought departed, like clouds drifting across the sky. For the first time, he noticed that the observer remained unchanged. The thoughts moved. Awareness remained. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Kaito continued practicing. Some days were peaceful, others were difficult. Yet slowly he began noticing something he had overlooked for years. The mind was constantly changing. One moment happy, the next moment sad. One moment confident, the next moment uncertain. One moment calm, the next moment restless. Everything flowed, everything shifted, everything moved. Yet beneath the movement existed something still, something quietly aware of it all, like the mirror beneath the dust. One winter morning, a fierce snowstorm struck the mountains. The monastery disappeared beneath thick blankets of white. Wind howled through the valleys. Snow accumulated on rooftops and pathways. Many younger monks complained about the weather. Some worried about supplies. Others worried about the cold. Kaito found himself smiling, not because the storm was pleasant, but because he suddenly remembered the mirror. The storm existed, yet awareness of the storm remained untouched. The thoughts existed, yet awareness of the thoughts remained untouched. The insight felt simple, yet profound. Years later, Kaito himself became a teacher. Students often came seeking answers. Some complained about anxiety. Others struggled with grief. Others felt trapped by endless thinking. Rather than immediately offering advice, Kaito frequently brought them to the old storage building. The mirror remained there, still shining, still reflecting, still teaching. One afternoon, a young novice stood before it and asked, "Master, when will I finally stop having negative thoughts?" Kaito smiled. "Perhaps never." The novice looked disappointed. "But then, how can I be at peace?" Kaito pointed toward the mirror. "Does the mirror demand only beautiful reflections?" The young monk stared silently. "It reflects whatever appears, without resistance, without attachment, without judgment." The novice slowly began to understand, not completely, but enough. Years continued passing. The seasons came and went. Snow melted. Flowers bloomed. Leaves fell. Storms arrived. Storms departed. The mirror remained. One evening, as an old man, Kaito sat alone beside it. The room was quiet. Golden sunset light filled the space. He looked into the reflection. Wrinkles lined his face now. His hair had turned silver. His body had changed. His life had changed. Everything had changed. Everything except the awareness that had witnessed it all. The same awareness that had observed childhood, youth, adulthood, joy, loss, success, failure. The same silent presence that had always been there beneath the dust. Kaito smiled softly. Then he closed his eyes. Outside, the mountains rested peacefully beneath the evening sky. Inside, the mirror reflected the fading light. And in that quiet moment, the lesson appeared once more. You are not every thought that passes through your mind. You are not every fear that visits your heart. You are not every mistake from your past. You are not every story you tell yourself. Those things come and go, like weather, like seasons, like dust carried by the wind. Beneath them remains something deeper, something still, something clear. The dust may gather, life may become confusing, the mirror may seem hidden, but it is never lost. It simply waits, patiently, quietly, until one day, with enough awareness, enough honesty, and enough compassion, we begin wiping away the dust and discover that what we were searching for was there all along. The path of Zen unfolds like morning mist, soft and patient. In this next tale, we are invited to see, beyond appearance, into essence. Listen carefully to the next story. Long ago, in a quiet valley surrounded by blue mountains and slow-moving clouds, there was a village built along an old pilgrimage road. The road had existed for generations. It wound through forests, crossed narrow bridges, past rice fields, and climbed toward a distant monastery high in the hills. Every year, travelers walked this road seeking blessings, wisdom, healing, or simply silence. Some carried offerings, some carried questions, some carried grief they could not name. Among the villagers lived a young man named Narlin. Narlin was known as dependable. He helped his neighbors repair roofs. He carried water for the elderly. He worked hard in the fields. He rarely complained aloud. Because of this, many people believed he was peaceful. But inside, Narlin was not peaceful. For many years, he had carried a quiet bitterness. It began with small disappointments, a harsh word from his father, a friend who betrayed him, a dream that never came true, a love that ended without explanation. None of these things had destroyed him. At least, that is what he told himself. He continued working. He continued smiling. He continued doing what was expected. But something inside him had changed. He became easily irritated. Small mistakes angered him. Other people's happiness made him feel strangely resentful. When someone spoke kindly to him, he suspected hidden motives. When someone criticized him, even gently, the words stayed in his mind for days. Yet if anyone asked what troubled him, he always answered, "Nothing." One spring morning, the village prepared for the annual pilgrimage to the mountain monastery. Dozens of villagers would walk the old road together. They would spend 3 days traveling through forests and hills before reaching the temple. There, they would light lamps, offer flowers, and listen to teachings from the monks. Narlin joined them, not because he felt especially devoted, but because he hoped the journey might quiet his restless heart. At dawn, the group gathered near the village gate. The air was cool. Mist rested on the fields. Birds called softly from the trees. The pilgrims carried simple bags of food and water. Among them walked an elderly monk named Venerable Sander, who had come down from the monastery to guide the group. He was small, thin, and very old. His steps were slow but steady. His face carried the calmness of someone who had made peace with many seasons. Before they began, Venerable Sander looked at the group and said, "Walk gently." The villagers bowed. Then the journey began. At first, the road was easy. The sun rose slowly over the fields. Children laughed. Travelers spoke cheerfully. The morning light touched everything with gold. But after several hours, the path became rougher. Stones appeared beneath the dust. The ground rose gradually toward the hills. The pilgrims grew quieter. Narlin walked near the middle of the group. At some point, he felt a small discomfort in his right shoe. At first, he ignored it. It was nothing, just a tiny pressure beneath his foot. He continued walking. A little later, the pressure became sharper. Something was inside his shoe. A pebble, perhaps. Small. Annoying. He considered stopping to remove it, but the group was moving steadily, and he did not want to fall behind. So he kept walking, step after step. The stone pressed into his foot. At first it was merely irritating, then painful. Nalin's mood darkened. The cheerful voices around him began to annoy him. The sunlight seemed too bright. The road seemed too long. When a child accidentally bumped into him, he snapped, "Watch where you're going." The child stepped back, startled. Nalin immediately felt ashamed. But instead of apologizing, he blamed the road. He blamed the heat. He blamed the child. He blamed everything except the stone in his shoe. By midday, they stopped near a stream to rest. The pilgrims removed their bags and drank cool water. Some washed their faces. Others shared rice cakes and fruit. Nalin sat apart from the group. His foot throbbed. Venerable Sanda approached quietly. "You seem troubled," the monk said. Nalin forced a smile. "I am fine." The monk looked at him gently. "Are you?" "Yes." Sanda nodded, but did not leave. After a moment he asked, "Does your foot hurt?" Nalin looked surprised. "A little." "Then perhaps you should examine your shoe." "It is nothing." The old monk sat beside him. Small things are not always nothing. Nalin felt irritation rise. Why was the monk paying attention to such a minor matter? There were surely deeper teachings to discuss. Impermanence, compassion, awakening, not shoes, not pebbles. "I can continue," Nalin said. The monk nodded. "Of course." Then he added softly, "Many people continue." The words stayed with Nalin as they resumed walking. The path became steeper. The forest thickened. Birdsong echoed through the trees. Yet Nalin heard little of it. All his attention had narrowed to the pain in his foot. Step, pain, step, pain, step, pain. By late afternoon, he was angry with everyone. When the group slowed down, he resented them. When they walked faster, he resented them. When someone sang softly to encourage the others, he found the song unbearable. The world had not changed very much, but his suffering had colored everything. That evening, the pilgrims reached a small shelter beside the road. They would sleep there before continuing in the morning. As the others prepared food and bedding, Nalin finally sat down and removed his shoe. A tiny stone fell into his palm. It was no larger than a bean. He stared at it, so small, so ordinary, so harmless looking, yet it had turned the entire day bitter. Venerable Sanda sat nearby, warming his hands around a cup of tea. Nalin held up the stone. "This caused all that pain." The old monk smiled faintly. "Yes, it is so small." "Yes." Nalin looked embarrassed. "I should have removed it earlier." The monk nodded. "Yes." For a while, neither spoke. Night settled around the shelter. The forest darkened. A small fire crackled gently. Finally, Sanda said, "The body teaches quickly what the heart often teaches slowly." Nalin looked at him. "What do you mean?" The monk pointed to the stone. "When a stone enters the shoe, every step becomes painful." Nalin nodded. "When resentment enters the heart, every experience becomes painful." The words struck him unexpectedly. The monk continued. "At first it may seem small. A memory, a disappointment, a wound, a sentence someone spoke years ago. But if it remains unexamined, it begins to affect everything." Nalin looked down. The old monk's voice remained gentle. You may think you are angry at the road, angry at the weather, angry at the people walking beside you. But sometimes the pain is coming from something you carry. Narlin said nothing, because he knew, deep inside, he knew. The stone in his shoe had lasted only one day, but the stones in his heart had been there for years. That night, while the other pilgrims slept, Narlin remained awake. The forest was quiet. Moonlight entered through gaps in the wooden shelter. He thought about his father, his friend's betrayal, the dream he had abandoned, the love he had lost. Each memory was like a small stone. None seemed large enough to explain the heaviness of his life. Yet together, carried step after step, year after year, they had changed how he walked through the world. In the morning, the pilgrimage continued. This time Narlin walked more carefully. His foot felt tender, but lighter. The path climbed higher into the hills. Mist drifted between the trees. The air grew cooler. At midday, the group reached a ridge overlooking the valley below. The village looked tiny from such a height. Fields became patches of green and gold. Rivers became silver threads. Narlin stood quietly beside Venerable Sander. After a long silence, he said, "Master, how does one remove a stone from the heart?" The old monk looked toward the valley. "First, one must admit it is there." Narlin breathed slowly. "And then?" "Then one must stop pretending the pain comes from everywhere else." The answer was simple. Too simple, perhaps. Yet Narlin felt its weight. For the rest of the day, he observed his thoughts. Whenever irritation appeared, he asked, "What stone is this touching?" When envy appeared, he asked, "What wound is this protecting?" When anger appeared, he asked, "What pain is asking to be seen?" At first, the questions made him uncomfortable. He preferred blaming the world. It felt easier, cleaner, safer. But slowly, something began to open. By the third day, the pilgrims reached the mountain monastery. It stood among pine trees and drifting clouds. Bells rang softly in the wind. Prayer flags moved above the courtyard. The travelers bowed at the gate. Some cried quietly, some smiled, some simply stood in silence. That evening, after the lamps were lit, Venerable Sander gave a teaching in the meditation hall. The pilgrims sat on woven mats. The hall smelled of incense and old wood. The monk placed a small stone before him. Narlin recognized it immediately, the stone from his shoe. Sander looked at the gathered villagers and said, "Today I will speak about hidden suffering." Everyone listened. Most people notice great suffering easily. Illness, loss, disaster, death. These things are visible, but much of human suffering is carried in smaller ways. He touched the stone, a sharp word remembered for 10 years, a mistake never forgiven, a comparison repeated daily, a grief never spoken, a fear never examined, a resentment protected as if it were treasure. The hall remained still. These things may seem small, but when carried long enough, they shape the way we walk. They shape the way we speak. They shape the way we love. They shape the way we see the world. Narlin felt tears rise, though he did not know exactly why. The monk continued. The Buddha taught that suffering has causes. This is not meant to blame us. It is meant to free us. If suffering has causes, then suffering can be understood. If suffering can be understood, it can be released. He lifted the stone. But we cannot release what we refuse to notice. Those words entered Narlin deeply. After the teaching, many pilgrims returned to their sleeping quarters. Narlin remained in the hall. The lamps flickered softly. Venerable Sander approached. You heard the teaching. Yes. And? Nalin hesitated. Then he whispered, I have many stones. The monk nodded. Most people do. I don't know how to remove them. One at a time. Nalin looked at him. Just like walking. Sanders smiled. Just like walking. The following morning before sunrise, Nalin went alone to the monastery garden. Dew covered the grass. The sky was pale blue. He sat beside a small pond and closed his eyes. One memory arose first. His father standing in the doorway years earlier saying, You will never amount to much if you keep dreaming. The words had been spoken in anger, perhaps without thought, but Nalin had carried them like a stone ever since. He saw how they had shaped him, how they made him defensive, how they made every criticism feel like proof, how they made success feel urgent and failure unbearable. For the first time, he did not push the memory away. He breathed with it. He let himself feel the hurt beneath the anger. The hurt was younger than he expected, softer, almost childlike. Then he whispered, This is a stone. He did not forgive completely in that moment. He did not become suddenly free, but he saw it clearly, and seeing clearly was the beginning. Over the following days, Nalin stayed at the monastery longer than the others. He asked permission to remain for a season. The monks agreed. His work was simple: sweeping paths, carrying water, helping in the kitchen, sitting in meditation. Each day he practiced noticing irritation before it became speech, noticing sadness before it became bitterness, noticing fear before it became blame. Some days he failed. Some days he spoke sharply. Some days old resentment returned with force. But now he had a practice. When suffering appeared, he looked for the stone. One afternoon, several months later, a young novice accidentally spilled a bucket of water across the kitchen floor. Nalin's first impulse was anger. The old habit rose quickly. Careless, foolish, always making more work. But before the words left his mouth, he felt the familiar sharpness inside. He paused. He breathed. Then he saw it. The stone was not the spilled water. The stone was his old fear of wasted effort, his old belief that mistakes made a person worthless. So instead of scolding the novice, he picked up a cloth. Come, he said gently. We will clean it together. The novice looked relieved, and Nalin felt something loosen inside him. Not dramatically, not completely, but truly. By winter, he returned to his village. The road down the mountain was the same road he had climbed months earlier. The stones were still there. The dust was still there. The bends in the path remained unchanged. But Nalin walked differently. He no longer expected the world to become smooth before he could be peaceful. He simply paid attention to what he carried. When he returned home, people noticed something had changed. He listened more, reacted less, smiled without forcing it. One day, he visited his father. The old man had grown weaker. His hands trembled slightly. For years, Nalin had avoided speaking honestly with him, but now he sat beside him in the courtyard. For a long time, they watched the sunlight move across the ground. Finally, Nalin said, "Father, when I was young, you said something that hurt me." His father's face tightened. Nalin continued, carefully and softly. "I carried it for many years." The old man lowered his eyes. "What did I say?" Nalin told him. Silence followed, a painful silence. Then his father covered his face with one hand. "I was afraid," he whispered. Nalin looked at him. "Afraid. I saw how hard the world could be. I thought if I made you tougher, you would survive." His voice shook. But I think I only made you feel alone. Nalin felt years of anger tremble inside him. It did not disappear all at once, but something changed. The stone shifted. For the first time, he saw not only the wound his father had caused, but the fear beneath it. A wounded man had wounded his son, not because it was right, but because suffering, when unseen, travels from person to person. Nalin breathed deeply. Then he said, "I am trying to put it down." His father wept quietly. So did Nalin. Spring returned, then summer. Years passed. Nalin eventually became known in the village not merely as dependable, but as wise. When people came to him angry at others, he often listened quietly. Then he would ask, "What is the stone in your shoe?" At first they would blame someone, a spouse, a neighbor, a child, a business partner. Nalin would nod, then ask again, "And what is the stone in your shoe?" Some became annoyed, some left, some returned later. Those who understood began to heal. One evening, a young woman came to him after a quarrel with her sister. "My sister is selfish," she said. "Perhaps," Nalin replied. "She never listens." "Perhaps." "She thinks only of herself." "Perhaps." The young woman frowned. "Why do you keep saying perhaps?" Nalin smiled gently. "Because we are speaking about her shoes." She fell silent. Then he asked, "What is in yours?" Tears filled her eyes. After a long pause, she whispered, "I am afraid she no longer needs me." There it was, the stone. Not anger, fear, not accusation, pain. Once seen, it could be held differently. Late in life, Nalin returned once more to the mountain monastery. Venerable Sanda was very old now. His body had grown frail, but his eyes remained clear. The two sat together beneath the pine trees. Nalin removed a small object from his pouch. It was the same tiny stone from long ago. He had kept it all these years. Sanda smiled when he saw it. "You still carry it?" Nalin laughed softly. "Yes." "Then have you learned nothing?" The old monk's eyes twinkled. Nalin smiled. "I carry this one so I remember to put down the others." Sanda laughed, a warm, quiet laugh. The wind moved gently through the trees. For a long time they sat without speaking. Finally, Nalin said, "Master, do the stones ever completely disappear?" Sanda looked toward the mountain path. "Some do. Some become smaller. Some remain, but no longer wound us." He paused. "The point is not to have walked a painless road. The point is to stop adding unnecessary pain to every step." Nalin bowed his head. He understood. Life would always contain difficult paths, sharp stones, uneven ground, unexpected burdens. But not every pain needed to become bitterness. Not every wound needed to become identity. Not every memory needed to remain lodged in the heart forever. That evening, as the sun disappeared behind the mountains, Nalin walked slowly along the monastery path. He felt the earth beneath his feet, cool, solid, real. Each step was simple, each step complete. And perhaps that was the lesson. Sometimes the thing making life painful is not the whole road. It is one small stone we have never stopped to remove. A resentment, a fear, a memory, a story, a grief, a wound we keep walking on. We may blame the road. We may blame the weather. We may blame everyone walking beside us. But healing begins when we finally pause, sit down, and look honestly at what we are carrying. The stone may be small, but if carried long enough, it can change the entire journey. So walk gently, notice carefully, and when pain keeps returning with every step, do not only curse the road, look within. There may be something ready to be seen. something ready to be understood, something ready, at last, to be removed. In the hush of understanding, Zen offers us another glimpse of what it means to recognize worth not by weight or shine, but by presence. Here starts the next story. The rain had been falling for 3 days, not a violent storm, not the kind that uprooted trees or tore roofs from houses, just a steady, relentless rain that seemed determined to soak every road, every field, and every traveler unfortunate enough to be walking beneath it. The mountain paths had become rivers of mud. Small streams overflowed their banks. Bridges disappeared beneath rushing water. Even the birds seemed quieter than usual. Along one of these muddy roads walked 2 monks. One was old, the other young. They'd spent several weeks visiting villages, offering teachings, helping the sick, and collecting food for their monastery. Now they were returning home. The older monk was named Ananda. His beard had turned silver years ago. His face carried the softness that often comes from decades of meditation and compassion. He walked slowly, not because he lacked strength, because he saw no reason to hurry. The younger monk was named Sota. He was sincere, dedicated, disciplined. He studied diligently, meditated faithfully, followed every rule with great care. Yet beneath his discipline lived a quiet pride. He believed that if one practiced correctly, life should become simple, predictable, ordered. Ananda often smiled when he noticed this. Experience had taught him that life rarely behaves according to our preferences. By late afternoon, the monks reached a swollen river crossing. Normally, the water barely reached their ankles. Today, it rushed waist-high, brown and turbulent. Branches floated downstream. The current moved with surprising force. Several travelers waited on the bank, uncertain whether to cross. Among them stood a young woman dressed in fine clothes. Her shoes were soaked. Mud stained the hem of her robe. She stared anxiously at the river. When she saw the monks approach, relief appeared on her face. She bowed respectfully. "Venerable sirs," she said, "I must reach the village on the other side before nightfall." The monks listened. "My mother is ill," she continued. "I have been called home." She looked toward the water. "But I cannot cross." Sota immediately understood the problem. Monks followed strict rules. Physical contact with women was forbidden. Surely they could offer advice, perhaps encouragement, but not assistance. The young monk prepared himself to explain this politely. Before he could speak, Ananda stepped forward. Without hesitation, the old monk bent slightly. "Climb onto my back." The young woman blinked. "What?" "I will carry you across." The travelers stared. Sota stared even harder. The woman hesitated only briefly. Then she climbed onto the old monk's back. Carefully, Ananda stepped into the river. The current pushed against his legs. The water swirled around him. Step by step, he crossed. When he reached the opposite bank, he gently lowered the woman to the ground. She bowed deeply. Tears filled her eyes. "Thank you." The old monk smiled. "Travel safely." Then he continued walking, as though nothing unusual had happened. Sota followed silently. At first, for nearly an hour, neither monk spoke. The rain continued falling softly. The road climbed through a forest of cedar trees. Birds called occasionally from the branches above. Yet inside Sota's mind, a storm had begun. How could Ananda do that? He knew the rules. He taught the rules. He expected others to respect the rules. Yet he had carried a woman on his back in front of everyone. The young monk tried to let the matter go. He failed. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. Eventually, unable to remain silent, he spoke. "Master." Ananda looked up. "Yes?" "The woman." The old monk smiled. "What about her?" Sota frowned. "You carried her?" "Yes." "Monks are not supposed to touch women." The old monk nodded. "That is generally true." The answer only increased Sota's frustration. "Then why did you do it?" Ananda walked quietly for several moments. Then he replied, "Because she needed help." Sota felt unsatisfied. The explanation seemed too simple. The road continued winding through the forest, yet the young monk's thoughts refused to settle. Hours passed. The monastery eventually appeared in the distance. The sun had nearly disappeared behind the mountains. Still, Sota remained troubled. As they approached the gate, he finally stopped walking. "Master." Ananda turned. The young monk took a deep breath. "I still don't understand." The old monk waited patiently. Sota continued. "We have rules for a reason." "Yes." "We are supposed to avoid attachment." "Yes." "We are supposed to be careful." "Yes." "Then why carry her?" Ananda studied his student carefully. Then he asked, "How long ago did we cross the river?" Sota looked confused. "Several hours." The old monk nodded. "I carried her across the river." He smiled gently. "You have been carrying her ever since." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. For a moment, Sota could not respond. The old monk continued. "The woman needed help. I helped her. Then I put her down." The evening breeze moved through the trees. The monastery bell rang softly in the distance. Ananda looked directly at his student. "Why are you still carrying her?" Sota had no answer, because the question pointed towards something much larger than the river, something much larger than the woman. That night, sleep came slowly. The young monk lay awake listening to the sound of rain upon the roof. Again and again, he replayed the conversation. "Why are you still carrying her?" At first, he thought only about the river crossing. Then other memories began appearing. A harsh criticism from another monk. An embarrassing mistake made years earlier. A disagreement with a friend. An insult he had received during childhood. One by one, they surfaced. And suddenly he noticed something astonishing. He was carrying all of them. Not physically, mentally, emotionally. The people involved had long since moved on. The events had ended years ago. Yet within his mind, they remained alive. The burdens continued because he continued carrying them. The realization was deeply uncomfortable. Over the following weeks, the lesson continued unfolding. One morning, while sweeping the monastery courtyard, Sota noticed another monk accidentally knock over a bucket of water. His immediate reaction was irritation, careless, inconsiderate, always making more work. Then he paused. The irritation remained, but now he could see it, like a burden asking to be picked up. For a moment he simply watched it, then returned to sweeping. The feeling faded, not instantly, but much faster than before. Several days later, another monk criticized one of his teachings. Normally, Sota would have replayed the conversation for days, perhaps weeks. Instead, he remembered the woman, the river, the burden. He listened, considered the feedback, accepted what was useful, released the rest. To his surprise, peace arrived much sooner. Months passed. One afternoon, Ananda invited Sota to accompany him into a nearby village. An elderly farmer had requested guidance. The man greeted them warmly, then immediately began complaining about his neighbors, the weather, his children, the government, his health, his past. For nearly an hour, grievances poured out. Ananda listened quietly, then asked a single question. How many of these problems exist right now? The farmer blinked. What do you mean? The old monk smiled. Right this moment. The farmer thought carefully. Many complaints concerned things that had already happened. Others involved things that might happen. Only a few existed in the present. Sota watched the conversation with growing fascination. Because he suddenly recognized the pattern. The farmer was carrying burdens, some decades old, some entirely imaginary. The body sat in the present. The mind dragged the past and future everywhere it went. Later, while walking home, Sota asked, "Do all people do this?" Ananda laughed. "Nearly all." The young monk smiled. "Even monks?" The old man laughed harder. "Especially monks." Years passed. Ananda eventually grew very old. His hair turned white. His movements slowed, yet his calmness deepened. One autumn evening, while sitting beside a pond, Sota asked him, "Master, what is the hardest burden for people to release?" The old monk reflected carefully, then answered, "The image they have of themselves." Sota listened. Most people carry a story about who they are, who they were, who they should have been. The old monk picked up a fallen leaf. Sometimes the story becomes heavier than reality. The leaf drifted onto the water, and yet they continue carrying it. Many years later, after Ananda passed away, Sota became a respected teacher himself. Students often sought him out with problems. Some carried guilt. Some carried resentment. Some carried regret. Others carried fear. One young monk arrived particularly distressed. Another student had insulted him months earlier. The wound remained fresh. Every day he replayed the conversation. Every day the anger returned. When he finished telling the story, Sota smiled gently, then asked, "How long ago did this happen?" 3 months. The teacher nodded. Then he said, "I think you have been carrying someone across a river." The young monk looked confused. Then slowly, very slowly, understanding appeared. The story continued spreading through generations. Students told it to other students. Parents shared it with children. Travelers carried it from village to village. Not because it was really about a woman, or a river, or even 2 monks. It was about something universal. The strange habit humans have of carrying things long after they are no longer needed. A criticism, a mistake, a betrayal, a disappointment, a fear, a memory. The event ends, yet we continue carrying it. The burden remains because we keep lifting it, again and again, day after day, year after year. The Buddha taught that suffering often persists, not because pain exists, but because attachment persists. We cling, we replay, we resist, we refuse to set things down. Yet freedom begins the moment we notice what we are carrying. Not every burden can be released immediately. Some require time, compassion, patience, but they can be released. One moment at a time, one step at a time. Just as the old monk carried the woman across the river, then put her down. The question is simple, but profound. What are you still carrying? And is it time to set it down? As the lantern of awareness glows a little brighter, we come to a tale about seeing with more than the eyes. Let the stillness guide you now, and listen carefully to the next story.